Um, all, welcome back. All of you are ready? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Luis. Thank you for the support what you are giving it. Okay. Now we'll start. Today's topic will be purchase management. In purchase management, we have seen logistics. I'm sure all of you got the PPT. Yes, sir. In your group, all of you.
Yes, sir.
I think we can follow that. It will be easy for you, for all of you, to follow the PPT. Let's go one by one. I'm trying to open the okay. Today's topic will be let's start materials management. I'm not showing that you already got the material with you. One after another slide you can just scroll through. The learning objective for today will be the concept of material management. What contains material management? What are the important points we have to see in material management? One is standardization of material, codification of the material, supply, storage, and distribution of materials, and disposal of scrap and waste materials is also a very important aspect of it, and conditioning and disposal of stores, and maintaining an account system. These are the points which we'll be seeing now uh, in today's program. For your reference and immediate reference, I already posted in the group. In the book you have from page number 91 to 114. Am I clear? So we will take one after another one. What exactly we have seen earlier? Stores, last class, stores layout, stores management. So now we will start with the concept of materials management. What exactly you understand materials management? Now it is known as supply chain management. You have three definitions which I would like to give it to you. Which one of it, if you can remember, it will be all right for you for examination purpose. Materials management, according to you, I already sent one book also for you, which has got inventory and materials management. Sometime back, maybe about when we started our class. Uh, this chapter focuses mainly on the various aspects of the healthcare industry of standardization, codification, classification, supply and storage. This is what is the first slide is about. We have got learning objective. Okay. Materials management means what? According to Bailey and Farmer, materials management is management of the flow of materials into an organization from the point where those materials are manufactured and delivered to the point of consumption. And I repeat again, from the place of manufacture, from the place of consumption. If you can remember that, that's okay. From the place of manufacture to the place of consumption, that's whole process is known as supply chain management, logistics management, or materials management, according to Bailey. So one more definition according to MR, he says material management is a process by which an organization is supplied with goods, services, and to achieve what for they are supplying all these things to achieve the organization goals. Suppose we are running a hospital, what for we need all these materials? You need to give the patient care, you need to give the patient satisfactory care, and the things should be available on time. The emergencies should be given to the patient. So, this scientific study of the materials and services provided to the healthcare industry study is known as logistic industry or materials management industry. I think this is a slide is with you. You can scroll through if you've got a mobile next to you. All of you. Yes?
Yes, sir. We are following, sir.
One more definition is given. Materials management is a traditional approach of activities bound by a common uh, company to send the goods from the place of manufacturing to the place of consumption. So these three definitions are given, but I request all of you to remember at least the famous management people who are given the quotation. That is one. It is Bailey. If you can remember the Bailey drinking water, which mineral water, you can remember Bailey, and then we say in Telugu Kondaguttu. You remember that just like that. So Bailey and farmer. Farmer is a common word. Bailey and farmer definition you can take it. I repeat the definition. Materials management is the management of the flow of materials into an organization from the point from where the materials are manufactured and supplied to the point of consumption, according to Bailey and Farmer. If you can remember this, fine. What for we have to study the materials management? The main aim of materials management study is number one is right type of material at the right time, the right quantities as and when required. Whenever you want the product, that product should be available. For example, this normally happens in surgical theaters. Sometimes you will run out of the instruments. Maybe you are using about 40 instruments. There will be different doctors coming. Different doctors prefer different instruments, different style of operation. So some may be using it regularly, some may not be using it regularly. So you have to know what are these surgical instruments which are being regularly used in surgical rather than operation theater. That's what we clearly mentioned in the materials management definition. Right material, right place, and in the right quantity, and when it is required, it should be available. So this is what is in short to understand about introduction about the materials management. Any doubt on this? The second slide goes, what is the benefit material management gives to the hospital? Material management gives information how to provide better services related to top quality services to the patients. The quality patient care, that's one word you can use. Quality patient care will be the correct word you can use. Material management this is slide number 3 which I sent, 4. All of you are having mobile phone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have the PPTs with you?
Yes, sir. Having.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the fourth one, the third one is about what I have sent it across to you for you to read and come readily to pass these days. First one is uh, introduction is over. Second one is what the purpose of materials management is to give top quality patient care, and this is available only when the information flow is correctly governed. And materials management is also published with the help of there is a society in USA which I given it in short form, Society for Healthcare Center, ASHCSP. If you remember, it's fine. Otherwise, you just remember to avoid and to offer quality healthcare to the patient is the main motto of studying this uh, main. And I also given a flow chart for you. The next slide, there is a fifth slide. Objectives of materials management. There are two types. One is primary objective. The secondary one is secondary objective. What do you mean by primary objective? When you do your project, you normally have two types of objectives, right? I'm sure you all started working on your project. I don't want to tempt you up in the morning about project, but I'm sure you should start the project work simultaneously. The objectives of materials management there are two types. One is primary. What is primary? Primary objectives are nothing but you have to get the product at a lower cost. 3 points you can remember. 4 points. You have to have at the lower cost you have to get. That's the primary objective. Second one, high inventory turnover should not be there. And supply of material should be consistent. There should not be any shortage of material which is required for the hospital OPD or whatever it is. And quality of the material should also be with the standards which is expected. Consistent quality. I repeat, please see the diagram. I've given in the book you have for reference page number 94. Primary objective and secondary objective. You have a textbook. You can refer it in the afternoon after the class is over. Today, I wish to inform you that because of one more faculty member who is has opted for leave because of some personal casualty at home, I will be handling the class up to 12 o'clock. I'll give a break for 5 minutes in between. Already we lost about half an hour. So you are with me, all of you, Maharashtra Madam, Rajkumar, Lavanya, all of with me, right? Gopalakrishnan,
We are
Shivaranjin.
following, sir. We are following,
Yeah,
sir.
it's fine. So for primary objectives, 4 points. Can anybody repeat?
Sir, the low cost. First one is the low cost, sir. There
Low
should
cost,
not
low
there
cost,
should not be
excellent.
high
Yeah,
inventory turnover.
excellent. Third one,
There
somebody
should
else.
not be shortage.
Excellent.
Consistent
Fourth
supply of raw materials, sir.
excellent. Quality round. Excellent.
Quality should not be compromised.
Yeah, I feel that by participating, this is what we say, especially in distance mode of learning. Once you participate, you will be in a position to understand the subject fast. So primary objective is over. முக்கியமானது நம்மளுக்கு தேவை என்ன கரெக்ட் ப்ராடக்ட் கரெக்ட் டைமில் வரணும் கரெக்டாக இருக்கணும் குவாலிட்டி இருக்கணும் யூ ஷுட் ஹேவ் inventory level should be low and then supply of material should be consistent and quality the 4 point very easy to remember, right? This is primary objective. Then comes to secondary objective. What will be the secondary objective according to you? Primary means important, secondary means in addition to. That's the way we have to take it in the project also. Secondary objective, what are the 3 points you have to think is efficient production process. It's for the manufacturing company, for a pharma or for a hospital. If you are having your own manufacturing unit in the hospital, sometimes some of the hospitals they do manufacture their own saline bottles and things like that. For that only is mentioned. Secondary objective, if you have got a bulk requirement for a major corporate hospital, you want to manufacture your own products for your own use, then you have to have efficient production process. So secondary objective, first point. Second point is improvement on the product. Sometime back I talked to you about 6 Sigma CPI, continuous process improvement on the product, on the people, and the process. CPI, you remember all of you? But otherwise you make a note of it. There should be improvement in the product year on so that the packing may change, the materials may change. You know that originally what started. First of all, let me take an example of health drinks. What is the first health drink that's available in India? Health drink, Health Nourisher. Anybody in the group? Health Nourisher. Anybody in the group? You can go around. Nobody? Ovaltine. Have you heard about Ovaltine? First product was Ovaltine. Second product was Horlicks. Then came Amul Spray. Then came the substitute for everything. Then we got other substitute for breast milk is Cerilac and Parax and all products. So there's there is an improvement in the products, the taste, the different types of flavors they give it to you, right? That's what we say is product improvement. Product improvement means high quality of materials are used for the production process. Second point. The third point is, which we say in strategic management, we have studied in the second semester, make or buy decision. Whether to buy the product or you yourself will make the product. So make or buy decision, this is secondary objective. These are the 3, if you can remember, it's fine. So broadly you divide, which is very clearly mentioned in your page number 94. Just refer. If you got a small, say I request all of you to have a small paper because we are running short of time. Number 1, we have the urgency to finish the syllabus, understanding it. I understand the anxiety of all the people. I already put to the group that not to worry. I will finish all the 10 chapters and revise and give you the PPTs. Okay. So now primary objective, secondary objective, all of you clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then we will see what are the importance of materials management. Why should we study? Why should we study? You have in page number 95, if you have a piece of paper, please do not ask other faculty members the page number and all. Only for your convenience, for understanding, for easy reading, I am giving you this. Importance of materials management. There are 7 points for you. 1. Inventory management or materials management reduces the cost of the material overall by shrewd planning of your inventory. You remember inventory control mechanisms. 4 days back I took the class. Some of you remember inventory control mechanism. I'm happy some of the group members forwarded one question paper also. In that the question is asked, what are the different forms of inventory control available? You recall those 5 points which I discussed. Anyway, we'll raise the syllabus next week if the time permits. If the DD gives me some more time, I can revise the syllabus and see that you get equipped with that. So, reducing the overall cost of the material and seeing that the turnover of the product, whatever you are getting, it increases. Turnover in the sense increase means you buy it, it goes up. You buy it, it is used. You buy it, you use it. That's what is known as increase in inventory turnover. And transportation cost. We have studied one word called just in time. That's a part question for you, just in time. Just in time is nothing but the product should come and it should be utilized. There cannot be huge inventory. So, importance of materials management is to have just in time, and that will reduce the transportation cost and carrying cost. We studied about carrying cost also last time, and it reduces the wastage of materials, and it replaces better field control. Suppose you have about 14 departments in a hospital. So when the movement of the goods are going to different departments, you will be in a position to monitor it and better control over the materials you will have. That's why it reduces the material consumption as well as materials availability in a big volume. So you can reduce the materials obsolescence. And total purpose is overall improve the performance of the organization. Clear? I repeat again, importance of materials management is a B-part question. Why we should study the importance of materials management? The advantage of materials management is to reduce the cost, to increase the inventory turnover, and reducing the time of getting the product from the supplier to you, reduce the lead time, and the wastage of material is reduced, and better control of the materials available in the hospital, and finally improving the organization's effectiveness. There should be 2 words which you should remember, which I'm sure you have learned in strategic management. One is known as efficient and efficacy. Can you differentiate between these 2 words? Anybody who can contribute to this? What do you mean by efficient? What do you mean by efficacious? Morning, are you all? I'm sure you are fresh. 20 minutes we have spent our time for searching for things. Okay, so efficiency and efficacy, I want you to find out from Google search when I give you 5 minutes break at 11:10. Okay, so we have now so far touched 3 topics. One is the introduction about the materials management, importance of it. There are 2 types of materials management. One is primary and the secondary. 4 points in primary and 3 points in secondary management we have touched upon, and now we touched upon the importance of materials management. Okay, what is the scope for material management? You have got a slide which is there in your WhatsApp column. 7th slide. You have this flow chart in page number 96. I received the textbook yesterday only. Thanks to the DDE, thanks to the coordinator, I received the text material yesterday only. Scope of material management. What is the scope? Why should we study? Very simply, you can answer here, all of you. Scope, function, usage, whatever the question asked. There are 6 points. 1. The materials planning and control can be easy. What you have to buy, what control system you should have, that's first point. And when you purchase, from where are the sources you are going to purchase, so purchase management system is important. Once you purchase, you have to store it. We have seen yesterday stores layout, the types of stores. A B part question has come, the model question paper which somebody has forwarded. I don't know who has forwarded. It is very nice of her to forward that the model question paper. I saw the question, what the types of stores, surgical stores. I think yesterday we had talked about it. So, stores management, materials handling, and supply chain management. These are the five major areas which is the material management carries. I repeat, planning and control. Once you have planning and control, you can what you want to purchase, you can purchase. Once you purchase, you store. Once you store, you handle the goods what is available for the usage, the inpatient or the outpatient, and this entire thing is known as supply chain management in hospitals. And if you can, when you want to get good marks in the examination, I would request all of you to use the flow chart like what you have in the book. Am I clear? Making it clear? Flow chart. சின்னதாக இருக்கு கோடு போடுங்க 1 2 3 4 5 6 lane further lane and each point you take it up and each point you can just write what is it, what do you mean by materials planning and control. You want to buy for the hospital, what are the materials you are planning, 1 2 3 4, and once you want to purchase, you select the vendor, and select the vendor, you have 4 5 points which are discussed, so that's the second point. And stores, where you want to store it, you want to store it on the rack on the top depending on the size. We have discussed yesterday, stores management. And handling the material, how carefully you have to handle it, the perishable one, and life-saving drugs, and the different temperatures has to maintain. All this can be explained. Just don't put the chart and write, leave it out. In B part, when it comes, you add 2 3 points. Am I making it clear to all the delegates, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can I tell Tamil? All of you can follow Tamil. I can speak in 3 languages: Telugu, Hindi, and एक बार सीधा you put a straight line on top. You put it as scope for material management. Put lines 1 line to the 6 boxes, 6 points, and take each point one. For example, in this point, scope of material management. First one is materials planning control. What exactly goes in material planning control? Last week we have used so much of medicines, disposables, parental form, and the operation theatre, the ICCU. So this week, how much we want? 10% more or 10% less. So that planning goes. Once the planning goes, you decide the vendor, purchase management. Purchase management is nothing but you have to explain. Don't leave with the point, because the book contains only the points. You as a management student, you as an administrator should write the points along with that. Small point, 2 3 points. Am I making clear to you? So that makes you at least a big part question and answer will be for 1.5 to 2 pages. Stores management, the types of stores available, and where you can keep it, and how do you handle the materials from the stores to different departments of the hospital. That's also there, and the whole process is known as supply chain management. And this clears the 3 major points of materials management or the supply chain management of hospital. Any doubts, you can stop me before I proceed. You are clear about it, all of you? One can raise your hand or you can type it so that I can go ahead with that. This part is also has come as once you purchase. Yeah, Luis, you want to ask something? See, we have some standards now. Everybody talks about standards. No? We have now bought the medicine. Now we have to think about the standardization of the product. What is the word standardization? From where it came? It came from the word somewhere in 15th century. Standard, quality, and all this. But now we have further improved upon, and we have first to come out with ISO. The ISO promoters multidisciplinary standardization of services and development of global consensus. What is that you have understood in this statement. Slide number 8. Standardization means what? Standardization is nothing but giving quality patient care at the lowest price. I repeat, standardization means giving the medicine, quality medicine at the lowest price. That's what is given in your textbook. And the history, what I told you is it all started in 15th century, and the 20th century we have improved it. We introduced this called ISO Indian Standard Operation Method, and it's in what is the purpose of it? Please understand and underline in page number 96, last 4 lines. All are you with me? Are you making a note of it? Page number 96, last paragraph. It provides requirements, specification, guidelines, characteristics that can be used consistently to ensure that materials, product, process, and services are fit for use, especially for human use. I remember the OPPA president at the time, Dr. Jain Banerjee, he told the healthcare industry cannot become a cottage industry. We are playing with the lives of innocent people. So certain amount of extra care has to be taken as far as the quality is concerned. OPPA is nothing but Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers in India. Other one association is IDMA, Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, where my friend, who is the managing director of Force India Limited Madras, he is the vice president of the company. The organization, according to them, they say ISO means it gives specification, it gives guidelines, it gives characteristics, and it also gives consistency to get the material, products, process, and services fit for human use. I would request all of you to make a note of it. The last 6 points, the last paragraph of page number 96 is there. Normally it should not be dealt with that way, but I'm doing it because of the want of time and the anxiety shown by you, all of you, in understanding the subject and for preparing the examination. Okay. How do you do the process of generation, of standardization? Now I told you standardization. What is that? Characteristics, consistency, quality, giving the quality care to the patient at low cost. These are the 5 6 points. And then, how do you give this standardization? For example, McDonald's. We all go to McDonald's and buy pizza, right? The products, what they do is the potatoes, what they use, and the cauliflower, what they use, is all imported from USA. They don't compromise on quality. That's why they maintain the standards across the globe the same way. So they have the preparation and the standardization process in place. Some of the leading companies. Okay, in spite of it, we have some controversies happening in the healthcare industry. Recently, we had a very bad healthcare industry problems happened with the Nestle company. Nestle is from Switzerland. The product was what is the product? Sorry, it was noodles. Nestle, Maggi noodles. What is the controversy? What is the problem? Hi guys, come on in the morning.
Wax coated on the
What coating? Yes, Mahalakshmi, correct.
wax coated.
Lead content. Lead content was the observation made by the Materials Management Institute of Hyderabad, and it was withdrawn. It costed the company 2,000 crore plus, and the special CEO was flown from US, the Switzerland, because it's headquartered in Switzerland. And to burn the uh, the banned product, where it's all used. It's all used in the sugar factories as a fuel. They have paid 600 crores to destroy the product. Such an amount of huge loss and the damage has happened. And EP has picked up, Roman noodles have picked up, and it took over 2 years for them to come back to that 2 minutes market noodles. The classic example where if they don't follow the standardization process, somewhere something is going. For example, another one, Johnson and Johnson. I can give you an example. What is wrong with Johnson and Johnson? Why the products are banned across the globe?
The powder contains some cancer-inducing agents, sir.
Powder containing what? What it
Powder
contains?
that
What powder contains what? Yeah, Deepthi wants to answer. Tall case. Yes, Louis sir, can you help me out? Diana, you are today not participating. Lavanya, normally Lavanya participate, maybe busy with the hospital. And Sivaranjani, anybody in the group? What is the question? Johnson entire range of products, known for baby range of products. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Asbestos. Trace of asbestos are found in the baby powder. So the result is asbestos, abroad, they don't use because asbestos causes what? Carcinoma, cancer. Only in India we use asbestos a lot, but abroad it's all banned. They don't use asbestos. So that's the reason the Johnson company products were uh, banned, and a lot of hue and cry on this product. And Himalaya has taken over the market on this place. So standardization means the characteristics of the product should be of standard one. It should not cause any harm, and the goal and the purpose of the product should be very clearly defined. That's why we have in every product packing we have. If you see the drug control department, you see that you have the usage, conditions, precautions, antidote, and where it should not be used, contraindication. Everything has to be followed by the manufacturing authority. So standardization follows in all areas, manufacturing area, service providing area. I talked to you about gap analysis. See, if you check into a hospital, I think Louis was suggesting yesterday, the lead time of a patient going there to a hospital and seeing a doctor. What is the time limit? Actually, not less than 15 minutes you should take to see the doctor from the time of entering to the reception to the doctor concerned. So the lead time or the time taken, it can be a critical study in different hospitals. What happens in GH? What happens in JIPMER? What happens in AIMS? What happens in a private nursing home? What happens in a corporate hospital like Apollo, Malar Hospital? What is the time taken once the patient gets in and to see the doctor? What is the time taken? Because a critical study can be done. It's a very simple one, especially a project. I think Mr. Louis from Hello, he has figured out that very good point for doing his project. An excellent project which you can do it, sir. I think that's quality of time spent by the patient to get the service, expected service in the healthcare industry because we come under services marketing. So process of standardization has two phases. One is known as generation phase, that is you standardize the product, and the next one is diffusion. Diffusion is spreading the news across to all the people. Um, so this, if you can remember this, it should be all right for you in standardization. I think I have given you in the slide 7 or 8 of this, right? Steps in standardization. Slide number 9. I have given diffusion. Now, what are the two types of standardization according to Dabush and Borsman? I don't know from which country they are from. I have not searched it. They say legitimacy and output legitimacy, input legitimacy and output legitimacy. So, in generation phase, you have input, and in the diffusion phase, you have the output. Simple. You remember 2 points: input, output. Input in the generation stage, output at the diffusion stage. So, standardization in healthcare is becoming very, very important in modern world because this domain is picking up very large. So, now let's go. If you have the study material, page number 98. Can you open up page number 98 about the study material? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
All of you have study
98.
material? Yeah, you can just come to page number 98. Now, Shivaranjan madam, can you do?
Yes, sir.
Just I want you to read for the benefit of the entire people who are there. There are 7 points. Significance of healthy stock in hospital. If you are having a healthy stock, that means if you manage your materials management properly, there are very good advantages are there. Okay, what are the advantages? Can you just give the first point? Significance, importance.
Sir,
Short,
shall I read out, sir? What is the 98? They have given significance
not
of
the full
healthy
one.
stock in hospital. That one, sir?
Not the full one.
Yes, sir.
Just
Just the challenges,
yeah, challenges, reason for
reasons for stock pile up,
yeah, care for
care
while
while indenting, check
check
on
on surgery.
surgery sets.
Yeah, I'll stop
Then
you there.
who is
Surgery and
responsible?
surgery and check on surgery said CSSB has
Yes,
been
sir.
dealt by one of a colleague. I think I saw the uh, slides. Okay, check on
Yes, sir.
surgery sets. And then
Who is responsible?
who is responsible? You have to answer all these. It's not. I have not given anything on that because it's a very lengthy one. Just kindly read for yourself. I would
Yes,
say,
sir.
I'll just thank you. Thank you for helping me out.
Thank
The
you.
significance of it, I'll give you important points. You have the last paragraph of this. Material function in hospital is very important for financial improvement, quality clinical outcome, and patient satisfaction. 3 points. Can you underline? You have the all of you are having the study material. Page number 98, first paragraph, last but 3 lines. Material function in a hospital is very important for financial improvement, quality clinical outcome, and patient and patient satisfaction. If you can write that point is okay for first one. Significance. Second one, what are the challenges we face? Unlike the manufacturing industry, here we cannot postpone any other thing. Suppose you keep a patient on the operation theater, you can't wait for the product to come from outside, right? So it becomes life and death question. So what is that challenges we are facing? The consumable, whatever you're having, first you have to check the expiry date, and then you have to available. The product should be managed properly. It should be tracked properly. That's what is given the challenges. 4 challenges. Since the patient needs the product urgently, it should be available on time. Number one. Number two, it should be not having the. You have to check up the expiry date, and the third point is incoming, outcoming of the products will be monitored very closely, and the materials and personal needs to be planned, procured, and supplied at the expected time. These are 4 points in the second one. First one is significant, second one is the challenges, and the third one is reason for stocking. Reason for stocking is mainly because the season changes, then you have the problem coming epidemic, pandemic, as I've seen in Bangalore. We have sudden upsurge of sudden incidents of viral fever. The reported one is, though it's in the paper about 20,000, it's more than 1 lakh. Unofficial news. By sudden viral fever is there in Bangalore, cough, cold, temperature goes up, symptoms are like dengue, and people are here afraid here in Bangalore. What I'm talking about you. So this is a problem here. So at that time, what is the treatment for dengue? You have treated patients with dengue in the hospital. 2 years back, we had a pandemic in Tamil Nadu. 2015, when there was a Madras flood, a lot of people suffered from dengue. Anybody know? Yeah, excellent,
Uh, Dengue, yeah. If the platelet is not very low, the treatment is just rest and lots of fluids.
excellent. Platelet infusion is one, and then any antibiotic to be given.
No, no antibiotic until like just
Antibiotic,
rest and lots of fluids.
yeah, papaya capsules, of course. Papaya
Yes.
people give papaya capsule, papaya leaves they give. Some of the people they boil it and then give as a reduction. Give. Excellent. Thank you, Apurva Mishra. Where are you from?
I'm in West Bengal in a place called Mayapur.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much, Apurva. I appreciate your participation. Okay, so these sort of things you need to be carefully handling the available stocks. Platelet will not be available. The place where you're working, you may not be having a blood separator, right? You may not be having blood bank also. These are some of the areas where you have to think about it and care for intending. You can't intend for platelets. You have to have understanding with the donors, blood banks, and then you have to separate and only get the blood platelets now available in Chennai and Bangalore. very heavy. And the check, the next point will be check on surgery set. Surgery set, what we need is it should be sterilized. I think this was taken a lot by my other colleague. I did not talk about it, right? I think it was forwarded in your group also, right? So far clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now we'll go for codification and then stop for some time, give a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back. Okay. Codification and classification. 5 points I told you today I will discuss. First one, we have discussed about before we go to that, the importance of materials management, the scope and importance. Second was the primary objective, secondary objective. The third was importance of materials management. The fourth one was standardization, ISO. Then the process of standardization, two types. One is generation, the other one is diffusion. In that, input legitimacy is during the generation and output is during diffusion. And standardization is a must. For that, we have seen about 5 important points. One, challenge is what we face and why we have to keep the stocks, reason for filing the stocks, and why you should be very careful in handling all the medicines while doing it, and why we should have check on the surgery sites. We have followed that Central Sterilization Department, CESSD, which we have studied separately, and who is responsible is the most important question. The material department is a very important department. It is responsible for overlooking all these points. So if we can write the answer, in addition to the points, importance of materials management, these 4 points or 5 points, you will get good marks. I would request all of you, getting second class in MBA is not useful for further studies and it will not be considered for anything. You should have minimum first class in the sense 60 and above. You have chance to improve that mainly because you have a project for 100 marks where you can score very high, 75 your project, 25 Viva, I think most of you can clear it, where you can score even 70 to 80, that can boost up your average. I want all of you to text me your average. Anybody calling less than 50, I'll be in a position to help them out with some important questions, notes, which I innovatively do it for all at the end of the session. Okay, but for those I'll take some extraordinary measure. So having done that, I'll just take this codification and classification of medicine. What is my codification? For for keeping the stocks in the hospital, we have this coding and classification system. So you have in page number 101. So I have a 5 minutes break for you. Now it's 11:15. You can either go through the paper, page number 101, codification, alphabetical system, numerical system, combined alphabetical numerical system, other system. Then we can go to supply storage, then we can go to wastage. Is that be all right for all of you? Because we started at 10:20, 10:25 because of the power. Because I'm taking the other lecturer's class also, so I will complete this. Tomorrow, I will send again the PPT for you before we go for the break for 5 minutes. I'll send you for the equipment planning in hospital, chapter number 7. So you have total chapters of 10. I hope to finish up this week all the 10. Next week we will be revising unit wise the PPTs. Will that be all right?
Yes.
And, yeah. You can have a break for 5 minutes. We will meet at 11:25, 11:16.
Okay, sir.
9 minutes. Okay, you can have a break. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. All of you are back. Yeah, we'll start codification. Uh, for if you are having a paper, just mention page number 101. There's a flow chart given for you. Codification, classification. Codification is for efficient storage and logistic management system in an effective way in the organization. Coding are of four types. One is alphabetical system. This I'm sure you must be using it in the hospital. You might be new. In alphabetical system, what you do is first you mention class, like example patient, bed, PB. Second one is group. What sort of a group? Iron, hydraulic, iron deficiency, whatever it is. So the code is PB dash IH. Patient and what is the deficiency, and then that can be coding. Alphabetical system. You have got the book with you, all of you. Page number 101. Alphabetical system, one is a codification. The second one is numerical system. Numerical system is based on number, numerically. The drug what we are given, is it for musculoskeletal disorder or it's for rheumatoid arthritis, or what is the drug we are given? Ibuprofen we are given means, so that one, and then is it a tablet or a syrup? So you give that number, 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers you give, and then any other condition along with associated with that particular disorder, you give that. Addition to that, we are giving this drug. So you give the number. First one will be alphabetical system. Second one will be numerical system. Third one will be combined one, like ibuprofen and IP 500 mg, and then subgroup 8 by 6. So simple. So you have a combined alphabetical and numerical system is also possible in the hospital to maintain. The other system is a 7-digit system, which is also based on its position value of product system, which is not obviously used in the hospital, but just you should know that's other system called uh, BRISH system, BRIS, BRISH system, which normally I don't think in India we follow that. So we have to understand this. The classification coding system is of four types: alphabetical system and numerical system, combined numerical and alphabetical system, and the last one will be the other system which is known as BRISH system. So this is what it is, and I'm sure some of you should work out the self-assessment questions in the today only, so that you understand the subject possibly. For example, what are the steps of standardization? Can anybody tell? Self-assessment question. What are the steps of standardization? There are two steps. Anybody? Generation and diffusion. This is what the standardization is. Second question. This system includes 7 unique digit number. Name two codification classification system, two code. One is numerical, the other one is alphabetical. Is also known as logistic and supply chain management. That is, materials management is also known as logistic and supply chain management. If you can work out, my dear friends, these small self-assessment questions given in the book, you will be in a position to follow. Today only you start answering for this. Okay, you will be in a position to follow. Now, having done, we have done the coding, We have got the we have got stored everything. Now, how do you supply? How do you store? How do you distribute? And how do you account? This is the most important question. And for that, please come to the PPT which I sent. Which one is the? I'll come back at the break. Please come to 14. Supply chain in the healthcare industry can be of two types. One is new product development chain, other one is physical supply chain. You have in page number 103 physical supply chain, the uh, program which has been mentioned. Simple. From the manufacturer, you get to the wholesaler to the retailer, to the retailer to the logistics, and you come the other way around. They have put it. They have put it. Manufacturer to distributor, distributor to the supplier, supplier to the logistics, retailer, retailer to the manufacturer. The cycle. So this entire activity, I repeat again, manufacturer, then the depot. Sometime back we had to do depot, manufacturer depot to the wholesaler, wholesaler to retailer, retailer to you. But in the hospital we always get it from the wholesaler so that they get you avoid the 20% margin which you are getting it for retailers. So you can save a lot of money on that. I repeat, manufacturer, um, then distributor, retailer, and the consumer. This is what is the supply chain management in the healthcare industry is concerned. The benefits of and functions of supply chain management you have in the slide. Just have the slide open. 15th slide. All are you having 15th slide? Following are the main functions of the supply chain management. Number one, we are talking about customer relation management, CRM, ECRM. Customer is a king. Customer delight is order of the day, not customer satisfaction. So customer relation management can be done if you can effectively manage the medicines and storage point of it. Customer service management also can be done very properly. The channel management, what you distribution channel management, or logistic management, or we call that materials management, or we call supply chain management, can be very properly managed if you have the channel distribution management properly. Then you can manage the financial management very example. So what are the different types of accounts you have learned in the second semester? There are three types of accounting: financial accounting, management accounting, cost accounting. All of you are clear or heard about it? You recall? Okay, as doctors, you may not be remembering that financial accounting, management accounting, cost accounting. What is the cost and what is the financial accounting? Based on the financial accounting, you take management decisions as well as management accounting. So the accounting process can be properly done with this. Inventory management can be done very well, and payment process also can be very smooth. And the supplier and your vendor and supplier, your vendor and the receiver, their relationship will be very good, and the transportation management or supply chain management should be good. These are some of the characteristic features of the supply chain management in a hospital. In addition to that, we have some more points which is there. That is storage. Once you have all these things, you have to store these. What are the things you have to think of storage? You have in page number 104 a physical photograph of store which you can see. What you do in the store? You receive the material, you check for the quality of the material, you check the invoice, you prepare the receipt of what you have received, and approved materials and document it in the lecture, whatever you have got, and store it in the approved place wherever you want, which you have studied yesterday. And what are the, once you have the storage, once you don't keep the drugs like that, you issue the drugs, right? What are the systems you have? You issue the system and you report and receipt what are the things you have sent, and to the different department, you get a receipt from them, and you maintenance and upkeep the systems properly. This is what is storage. I cleared now very fast two subjects, supply and storage. And the most important point which I want to say is a distribution network, which I already told you is distributors, manufacturer, retailer, and the consumer. So this is what the distribution network is. Very simple. It's there in page number 105, which you can understand very easily. But I want to spend few minutes before I take off from you. Is known as accounting. Accounting system is very, very important. Um, the card which is maintained by most of the hospitals, I don't know, I have not seen this bin card in my career, but this was mentioned here. Bin cards refer to the description that keep the records as materials like daily issue and receipt to the balance. Bin card, BIN card, accounting. Accounting of the products available in the hospital, whatever you receive, should be accounted for. Account for management that is used for a PIN card, which is just shown here in page number 106. You can see that date what you received, quantity what you received, date what you issued, and what is the balance quantity, and at the end of the day you audit and find out what is the balance left out. This is known as PIN card. All of you listening? After the break, all have gone? First one is receipt. When you want to receive the product, you have to give a material requisition slip, and once you receive it, you give a material receipt note, and material is returned, you give a material return note, and material is transferred to some other department, known as material transfer note, and stock identification cards. This is what is all about accounting. Any difficulty in accounting? The last point before we take you today will be disposal of the scrap. Please understand, very, very important. It's a B-part question will come, because hospital waste, how to dispose of, is a very important question. How many of you know that we come under green panel? Please make a note of it. This is not in the textbook. We come under green panel of Government of India. We come under pollution control department, because whatever wastage we create in the hospital, especially the sludge and other things which has to be recycled, which has to be cleaned, it should be STP in place, and STP has to be properly maintained. How many know that STP? Can we know the meaning of STP?
Sewage treatment plant.
Yeah, Luis.
Sewage treatment
நான்
plant,
தான்
sir.
கரெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்கேன் நான் தான் இது பண்ணிருக்கேன் நான் பண்ணிருக்கேன்
Okay, correct. Thank you. Sewage treatment plant. Sewage treatment plant should be, it will be inspected by the green criminal panel. It will be inspected by the pollution control department, whether you are maintaining the water, because whatever water you are giving, you have to flush. You can't just flush it out outside. You have to recycle it, use it for gardening. You can use it in the bathroom for washing. So that one is one of the very, very toughest, and because doctors don't have time, will not have time to look into this. That's why we need to have hospital administrators who can look after all these things. So we have to have the disposal of scrap and waste material. A lot of important points to be given. This act has come in 1974, called Profession Act of Environmental Health. Ensures proper refuse storage, collection, transportation, transfer, processing, and effluents. For example, those of you in Pondicherry, you know that all the waste which are collected from the hospitals are sent to a place called Tuttipattu. It's about 18 kilometers of Pondicherry, where it's all burned, and the human waste, which has to be collected separately, that has to be disposed of in a different way. And I don't know how many of you are aware of it, because doctors may not be looking into this system about it. So The disposal of scrap and waste material ensures five important points: storage of collection, transportation, transfer, processing. And then while processing, you can get some material recovery, which I don't think, which is very very relevant in healthcare industry, which is possible in other manufacturing industries. This is known as Healthcare Risk Waste Act. It is there in page number 107. You have to mention healthcare risk waste. In that, you have to manage the liquid waste, you have to take care of the sewage waste, and you have to take care of the industrial effluents. And for that, you need to have collection, transportation, handling, disposal of medical hazardous. You have seen now we have the um, perishable, we have the injections, and we have the syringes, all been put in different colors. We have four different colors which have come, and I don't want to go in detail, but you can always Google search and find out from pollution control what are the necessary things for running a hospital. If you are working in the NABH hospital, it's part of it. National Board of Accreditation for Hospital, if you Google search, you can find out what are the waste disposal systems available in addition to whatever is there in the book in the not seven. Am I making it clear to all of you? Separating waste, which has been shown accordingly, it's there in the book in page number 108. There are three boxes kept different colors. And finally, you have some of the terminal questions. You always go through the summary. I'll just read the summary of whatever I discussed today. It is very, very important to have proper materials management in place in hospitals in order to ensure procurement of valuable material supplies at lower cost, better quality, and high turnover. Understood? Main purpose of material management is to provide regular change of production to manufacturing goods to the patient and patient safety and welfare. Material management is aimed to coordinate, supervise, and execute the task force of materials through and out of organizations. In healthcare environment, codification is very important. It's important to define the storage location. It's important to define the different labeling system what we have in the hospital. We have to have the standardization process in the hospital. We have to have efficient storage and logistics management system. All this includes handling, treatment, conditioning, storage, and disposal of waste. These are the 10 important points we have seen today in the chapter of sixth chapter. Any doubts you have in this, I'll give you 2 minutes time. If there's no questions, then anything you want to ask for another 10 minutes, I'll give you for a project. Then I'll go ahead. I can sign off for the next person to come in. Anybody has got any specific doubt? I think Mr. Luis has forwarded the booklet on the project guideline in the group. How many of you have gone through? He has also, I think somebody has sent the model question paper, solved question paper book also. How many of you have gone through? Anyway, we will revise unit-wise important questions, you can get the answers, but how many of you have gone through? Please spend these 2 weeks on the subject because you have to clear. So tomorrow, let me give you a outline what I would like to take up tomorrow. Learning objective will be especially for hospital equipments. Now you have biomedical department is gaining importance in all medical colleges. Biomedical engineers are available, and biomedical and interdisciplinary research is also going on in wherever which are hospital are listing. So hospital equipment planning, that's all heavy inventory one. So hospital equipment planning needs lots of care for hospital equipment and medical equipment is concerned. Surgical devices. So you have listed about many. I think we have got only very limited one page. One not. See, I will tell you. page number 116 to page number 129. Only 13 pages. We can get through 7 and 8, 2 chapters tomorrow. And my timings tomorrow is changed. It's sometime in the afternoon. I'll keep you updated on that. Okay, Deepthi, Pavitra, Gopalakrishnan, you have any doubts on the project or any doubts on the subject now? What I'll tell now. All of you received the 6th unit PPT. Now I have to send for 1, 2, 3, 4. I promised that I send it by Wednesday. I think I will get by one day. I'll send you that, whatever is possible. But tomorrow's medical equipment also is in the PPT in advance to your group. Is it okay for you, all of you? Is it useful for you? Hello? Nobody is answering. Yeah,
Very much useful, sir.
very much useful. So sending in advance is useful, sending it later is
Yes,
useful.
sir. Just we can go through and understand easily, sir.
That's
Can
fine.
follow
That's
that.
fine.
Sure.
Okay, now today I'll send it on medical equipment. Medical equipment means you can think about heavy investment equipment, the scanner and the machines and other thing, endoscopy machines and all. The other ordinary one, okay, that way we can do. So regarding projects, anything you have doubts? Some of you are asking for some help. Some of you are, I don't want to hurt anybody. Some of you are asking on different timings. So please text me if you want any information about the project. We, sir, I think you can go for that patient waiting time. It's a very good topic with your professor and Velu. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Anything in the that's an excellent project, sir. I think nobody has done so far. Patient waiting time or the lead time taken when he or she enters the hospital and till the doctor sees. What is the time? You can compare in 3 places, sir. Yeah, general practitioner's place, a place like CMC Vellore, and maybe one corporate hospital in Vellore, since you are based at Vellore. So you can compare a comparative study on the time taken for the patient reaching the hospital and seen by a doctor. So I think you can take about 100 samples, 115 samples, and go by average method. Divide by that simple. You do not go for complicated one like ANOVA and other chi-square and all. Simple method. Total number of patients divide by 100. Percentage. You can give percentage by calculation and you can finish your project very fast. For that, you have to have a flow chart of the hospital, the promoters of the hospital, history of the hospital, introduction about that you have to give. That will carry about 10-20 pages. I think we have a professor with you as a friend, so he can help you out. Anybody else? Deepthi, Apurva?
Thank you, sir.
No. I wish you all the best. Others, anybody? Now I have taken another class extra because somebody, faculty, aunt or somebody passed away. For that only, I've been asked to adjust 10 to 12 minute class. They last about half an hour. We'll try to cover it up in the last day next week. I'm also going to St. Joseph now for my other class. Sorry. If I have no questions, I would hand over the session to the next person. You can relax and then. अपूर्वा मिश्रा, आपको कुछ डाउट है अभी?
नहीं, कोई डाउट नहीं
बीई
है।
से अटेंड करें क्लास?
नहीं मिडिल
हाँ।
से किया है, बट अब मैं सीरियसली करने वाली हूँ। तो
फर्स्ट चैप्टर लॉजिस्टिक मैनेजमेंट वाला अटेंड करें आप?
नहीं, मैंने फर्स्ट क्लास अटेंड किया है।
सेकंड क्लास आप मिसिंग थे, आपका नाम तो नहीं दिख रहा था। अच्छी बात है, आप
मैंने
उत्तम मिल गया, इजी है। आप आर यू स्पेशलाइज्ड इन सम एरिया और ओनली एमबीबीएस?
आई एम बीडीएस।
Okay, you are a dental dentist. Okay, fine. I have a couple of
Yes.
people in the group. Right. Done your MDS or only BDS?
आई एम ओनली बीडीएस।
Okay, you're not done with PG. Father India, you got
No, आई एम ओनली बीडीएस।
Dentistry is one of the very money-making area in dentistry. Try to do that. Gopalakrishnan sir, Pavitra, Maharashtra madam was always active in the group. Who is also active. Shivaranji madam, anything?
Nothing, sir.
Okay, fine. With this,
Thank
I
you, sir.
close for the day because I had to rush up to other college also for other classes. Thanks a lot for all the cooperation. Tomorrow, I again repeat you medical equipment. I'll send the PPT, only 8 pages. Addition to that, if time permits, we will cover not equipment planning and equipment storage. 7 and 8 will complete tomorrow. Okay, I'll text you the timings and forward the entire thing for you. PPT. Equipment
Okay,
planning,
sir.
equipment purchase, equipment storage. Three important topics.
Okay,
Thanks
sir.
a lot for being
Thank you,
with
sir.
me.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. Is it audible? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, it is audible.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. We'll continue the class. Yesterday we have seen how the electronic medical records have been, has to be prepared based upon certain rules and regulations and other rating agents and all those things. Today we just will discuss about the paper based paper records, and then electronic medical records, nothing but EHRs and all. What is the differentiation, or nothing but how this is more uh, benefit, it is more beneficial than the paper. We'll see the differences between the both. Let us see the differences between the manual data or paper system and then an EHR system. When we use this EHR or EMR records, when we use the electronic system or technology in maintaining the records, we'll get some benefits. Like if we are using paper, it is occupied physical space and which is needed to record this healthcare or hospitals might need temporary control room to end. And whereas in maintaining this EMR, we need very less space, and we have there we need to manage and store the patient's medical records on a cloud server. We can now use the cloud technology. No need to use even server even, and all the management can opt from the different types of cloud servers as per the requirement based upon the size and technology. And in case of paper-based records, the accessing data concurrently is not feasible in this methodology. As we discussed yesterday, to take a file for a particular person, it takes a lot of time, and then physical work also. Uh, we need more labor to search the paper and then to transfer from the storage place to the dispensary area, and then time is also more consumed, and so that's why the access data concurrently is not feasible in this methodology. And portability of papers and folders take time and therefore reduces efficiency, and also it's costlier. Whereas in case of electronic EMRs, electronical medical records, you will have important information available at your fingertips. When you are when you can refine your search based upon the data and folders and the things, you can refine your search and you can take the particular file whatever you want, or particular medical record within a fraction of seconds by knowing the pathway. And the scalability of data here, in case of scalability, records are hard. In case of paper-based records, these records are hard to be shared and accessed using different means. While people have a comfort level with physical folders, those are scalable to an extent. But whereas in case of electronic medical records, the data is saved in cloud-based servers and is scalable to significant limits. And cloud is an unending storage. There we cannot minimize the storage capacity. And regarding the cost efficiency, um, both have pros and cons. I'll discuss again the same thing after that. I have differentiated regarding these things, cost effective manner. And maintaining, in case of this paper records, maintaining physical folders is cost efficient. Is nothing but it is very easy. There is no need of using some technology or some computers and all. But so in this, when we see in this manner, it is economic. But when we see in a long going process or long running process, electronical medical records, maintaining electronics is also a best economic or cost effective process. Here, a cloud-based server can be expensive. If the management chooses to get an in-house IT team, it will be even more. And however, maintenance is also relatively lower. Once we have established all these things, that will be easy. During establishment itself, it will take cost, and then later on, for the long run, it will be cost effective only. Hence, here I have given green tick mark for the both paper based records and then electronic medical records also. And in case of paper security, in case of paper based records, there is no security. We cannot again, we cannot gain. Once if the paper is lost, lost is lost. And the physical records are vulnerable to loss of data, paper or breach, sometimes tears and sometimes breaches, etc. Whereas in case of electronic medical, here also there is a possibility, but they are very highly protected and have little to negligible possibility of a breach. Even though we wantedly or unknowingly, if we delete the folder from some particular, then we can also again restore it by using the IT team in a restore the storage data, and then backup team we can get all these things. And then in case of maintaining backups, the paper-based records, keeping a backlog of paper records is very difficult. It will double not only the work but also the space required for storage. If you are maintaining the backup, when we talk about the backup here, if it is backup here also, when it is very easy to again by using backup technology, here we will be regaining the deleted files. But in case of maintaining the backups, in case of paper-based, because it is duplication of work, we have to make a cyclostat or Xerox or whatever it photocopy or whatever it may be, and we have to make it as a backup. But it is a very lengthy process, and it is also difficult. Not only the double the work, but also it requires more space for storage. Whereas in case of EMR, using cloud-based EMR systems are updated with new technology and keep a backlog of the entire database. Loss of data can be quickly recovered in the old format. And paper was electronic record keeping, which when we compare both the paper based record and electronic record, which one is safer means here, as the digital government transformation becomes more widespread, many local governments and government agencies are comparing the pros and cons of both the paper versus electronic record, and keeping and asking themselves which is safer. Still, when it comes to paper versus electronic record keeping is far more secure. There is always the risk of a paper document being lost, misplaced, or destroyed by accident. An authorized individual may forget where they left a document or may return it to the wrong place. Additionally, disasters like fires can destroy the paper documents. That's why we can conclude that the electronic record keeping is far more secure. And the five reasons to use electronic record versus the five reasons to choose electronic records versus war over the paper records is: first one, tired of paper record keeping. Is we are either by tired of paper record keeping, or five great reasons keeping this electronic records is: first one, to save money. One of the most appealing reasons to make the switch to electronic record keeping is the potential for cost reduction. Even in case of paper records, we need to get paper database, and then again writing for that also we need some more person to write and all those things and all. And to save money in this also we can save money, and then think of it as this way: how many overtime hours do you pay out because of an officer needs a record and ends up spending hours mulling through the file cabinets trying to find it. The same example what we have discussed yesterday, to take a patient record on a paper-based record system, we need to spend more and more time to dig out and find out all the data file of a particular person. Whereas in case of electronic data, simply we can go and type the patient details, either customer ID or patient ID or even the mobile number, sometimes whatever the ID on which you are saving, just if you are typing, if after a single click, we can get all the file, his medical record. And the cost of overtime can be prohibitive on its own, but you also have highly trained officers spending their days pouring through the folders and binders and compound the problem. Again, here we need a lot of manual manpower, and this is the issue. And this issue can arise even with a dedicated clerical team, as officers sometimes need records so urgently that they need to go digging themselves with a document management specialist in which is unavailable. And with the right electronic document management, you will have several other money saving options in addition to centralizing your materials by removing files cabinets from the picture. You can sometimes, if you are by removing the file cabinets from the picture, you could also potentially downsize to a smaller office space. Also, training and testing online can mitigate expenses considerably. And an online training platform allows you to develop and conduct fully customized online courses because employees can take your classes independently. There is no need for classroom space, instructor fees, or overtime pay. And in extreme cases, offices might need to renovate because the weight of paper records cause floors to sag and walls to buckle. Means, because of the paper files, we know if we store the papers for some years, definitely we know how much dust or whatever insects will be developing or cloning over there. Even if you don't have that problem, you are using expensive, valuable real estate space just so that paper can sit around in file cabinets. You need to maximize the value of your physical assets, and going digital lets you make the most of your building space. So the third point, third reason is like to protect the environment by reducing waste. Of your work as a nowadays we know go green. No need to cut the papers. No need to cut the trees to in order to manufacture lots of paper, and then reduce your carbon footprint. Or to print the paper, again you need to do some carbon work, and then or else even ink. So by this, we can reduce the pollution of the environment so that we can protect the environment by going through electronical health record system. And imagine you need to get 100 officers to sign off a new policy measure that comes in a 10-page packet. That's 1,000 pieces of paper along with ink, toner, and staples and folders we need. And all of those resources add up over the course of a year. You will notice a bigger hit, especially as regulatory process change, a new officers come on board, or whatever. Whenever you are making some audits, you can find out that we are wasting so much loss of our natural resources, and we are causing so much pollution by maintaining this one. And furthermore, you must distribute all of this paperwork, which often involves mailing expenses or forcing workers to print, scan, and email files that have been sent electronically again. Keep in mind that this is just for one update. Those 1,000 pieces of paper increase exponentially as you add more updates. You can make a considerable dent in those 300 million tons by bringing your document management online. And with a tool like Power DMS or your Office alone, can reduce waste by 2,80,000 pages for a limited time. And then simplify edits and revisions, creating strong content. And then creating strong content within your organization is a team effort. And for this reason, you want to involve those people in creating your relevant documents, so that confusion about who has seen and revised what is one problem paper documents and that can be created. So to avoid the potential of disorganization and wars, a loss of crucial information by going online, this will be more comfortable. Engaging in the revision process. Another important thing is to remember the documents you will create are likely dynamic. This means that over time revisions are inevitable. Whether government standards or your office culture changes, you will need to update your content from time to time. These updates and edits will be much more time effective and when all your content centrally located. In general, collaboration is much easier when you use a content management software. With all your most important files in one place, you can ensure organization from beginning to end. Means if you have instead of seeing all plenty of files of say different departments which are huge in size, bulk in size, it is very easy. It is very easy to find out or to monitor all the files together at a small space on a desktop, so that we can go into the folder and then again subfolders and then file whatever we want. So we can see from top beginning to the end by using this electronic technology. And whether you are creating new documents and need to put from others, or editing other older documents to update your policies and procedures, simplify your process by adapting an online tool. Even by using an online tool, you can simplify your process. Then the fifth one, the last one, the make access and sharing easy. What is the most important thing about your documents is, in addition to the needing strong, clear, and up-to-date content, the documents you manage need to be accessible. Whatever the documents, why we are maintaining the documents is in order to access at the time of need. If we are unable to access that document at that time of need, it's waste of maintaining that document. So here, by making access and sharing easy access, this is very important thing about the documents. It is whenever it is needing strongly or clear, it is very easy to manage by using electronical things. Otherwise, you are it is very typical to find all this crucial information when we need it. Having all your documents online makes access easy for remote employees. It also means your team will be able to find that they need when they need it. Because when the laboratory reports, even if you can see, the laboratory reports are just now created or just now developed, and they were not at all. If you are using a paper-based technology, paper-based record, that has to be taken print out, and then it has to be posted to that particular ICU or the ward which the patient has been admitted in patient ward. And then for this we need it's typical process. It's a big process, time taking process. Whereas if by maintaining these electronic records, it's very easy, where we can use, even if the file is generated somewhere in the laboratory or diagnostic center, the doctor, by using this online tool or some connecting device or computers, they can open and see the condition of that report, or what is the status of the report, what does the report mentions, and then they can give the immediate or faster decision. They can take faster decision, and then they can start the treatment immediately in case of emergency situations. And in electronic record keeping enables you to store everything your employees need in the cloud rather than file cabinets. This is very important, and this way everyone in your organization, like a hospital, healthcare system, has 24/7 access to important information via their devices. And finding the tools necessary for compliance and job success is not the only benefit of digital record management, but it also, reviewing documents is important. But if you don't know who has read what and what good is the content you worked so hard to create. The reviewing is also important, till it, which is who has been reviewed the document or not, it is not creating. With mobile ready content, your team the team can be able to quickly review and sign off on the policy materials and other documents, and can be quickly seen and understand the complete history of the documents, and will be able to know when each piece was reviewed, revised, approved, and signed, when it has been when sent to that particular mail. If we will see one document is coming to the mail, we can see the date, time, seconds, even within the things, and then immediately if the particular officer is not, and even we can find out where that is getting lagging, or where the file has been stuck over for getting approval or sign. So go digital. Think of this way. It may take time and finances to implement. Only it will take time to implement. It takes to get purchase the systems, and then to get the software, and then to connect all the systems, and also it will take some it will utilize some finance. That means we have to spend some amount only to implement an electronic record keeping system. But however, managing these documents online will be very easy. Both, it will be saving time and money also in long run. So what I suggest, what does this what do this measure? Going digitalization of maintaining records will save money and time in long run. But during the initial implementation or starting, it consumes time, or it takes time and also some money. So when you see now, we have seen now which one is better. We have compared both the paper and electronical medical records. If you want to automate the paper based, how can we best prepare and potentially thrive the economic downturn? Means the document automation systems, in contrast to many other IT investments, typically offer a solid return on the investment when executed well. So this is important. We can even solid written. We can even sometimes use uh, when we are the automated when we are automating the record maintaining system, we require less labor, we require less manpower. After installation and all those things, we require only less manpower. And smart companies will return the current economic climate to their advantage. They will focus far less on new fads and trends, and get back to the basics like reducing paper mountings and automatic processes, mitigating again risk. See, this when we see what is document automation and what are the benefits of document automation and how does this document automation work. So this here automatical conditional text. What is document automation? Automate conditional text. What has to be in the conditional text? Not everything can be written. So what is required? The patient name, age, and his patient history or his health complaints. And automate variable text. So here conditional text and variable text and automate data. So this has the what is the document to get automatically. These are the three criteria. And then what are the benefits of the document to get automation? We can get increased productivity, we can improve the accuracy, we improve the profitability, and we can automate the knowledge gained by the data. And so that we can take a quicker decision, and then we can give a best patient care. How does this document automation work? Means 5 steps. Create the document template. First, we have to create the document template. We have to decide or design what else are to be present in the document, and then connect to data. Automate this special language and data. Synchronize the changes to server, and then generate transaction. What is document automation? A document automation system is nothing but automates all conditional text, variable text, and data contained within a set of documents. This is called as the document automation. And a good document automation system will minimize the data entry. There's nothing but there is no need to type patient name semicolon. But so nothing simple is example it is. So a good document automation system will minimize data entry, reduce the time spent on posting the draft, proofreading, and reduce the risk associated with the human error. So that will be called as a good document automation system. And if a true document automation system combines all the data, rules, and formatting. So data, in case of data, we'll have the capability to accept data elements from a variety of data sources. So sometimes the billing system or the ID creators, they can also use the data, and sometimes the physicians can also use the data, and also or they can write they enter some data. And in case of laboratory diagnostics, they can also enter some data in case of lab. So these they can all utilize these things, and then there should be some certain rules which will have the ability to create logic that will tell a document what verbiage and data to insert and where and when. So we have to frame certain rules. And also formatting of this data, formatting of this document will have the ability to generate documents with proper formatting and punctuation. If we see in case of this one, the diagnostics, if we take an ultrasound scan or any other thing scans, so that pictures we need to get means that should be in a particular format. So this formatting will have the ability to generate documents. So if you want to get more picture, even if you are publishing something in any journal, we need to give that picture in this format, either JPG or this one. So with that formatting is also important. Hence, this will be enabling to generate documents with proper formatting and punctuation. And this is an example. These are the examples for maintaining the electronic this one. And benefits of the automations will be current drafting process too. There is no automation, and new document pulled from the existing documents. Relevant provisions inserted into the new document from existing documents. Words are searched. Even we can find out simple words such as party name or the patient name and replaced with the words with related to the document, like either with by using the disease or condition or anything. We can search by any of the terms. And what are the weakness of this current process is high margin for error base, which is unstructured and relies on memory. When we use the paper, it is unstructured and relies on memory, where we have stored and where we have kept that file and all those things. Assumes the word processor will cache the all the items to be placed. Um, it's very thereby it is very prone to do more mistakes and very slow to draft structure. And benefits of document automation in the past means here we have discussed the difficulties here. There was a little incentive to improve the process when we document, when we automate the document. It's very flexible or feasible. It's very feasible to process, and hourly billing gave no incentives to no charge, and there were no technological alternatives. And benefits of again the time have changed. We can change the uh, we can change as per the times. If you want to make the prints in different formats, we can also change the formats and flat billings also we can do. Sometimes if we are giving some reduction or in any billing counters or any fees for the scans and all those things, we can implement that simply by giving or changing in the structure. The technology which can be used is called as this one. We can even change the conditions. We can even first the main benefit is speed. Nothing will have a greater impact on a document intensive practice, instead of getting in a very speedy manner. And the second one, accuracy. We can get even more accurate. We can maintain more accurate forms of the documents by automating the documents, because there we cannot write whatever we want or whatever we can. There is only option. There is only place remain, and we cannot miss some essential information which will be given as asterisk. Without entering that, we cannot go to fill, and we cannot close or we cannot save even without the essential data. So we can maintain the accuracy and profitability. It is also very profitable maintaining, and we can get the knowledge by automatic. We can get knowledge. We can get all the data, and we access by taking this data as a source. We can get some knowledge. So we can see how many files are there and what is the random area. Even now we can by as based upon the electronic health records, we can tell these many patients have been admitted, and then this is the census, and this many are inpatients, and this is this much as outpatient, on these are the these cases, these disease cases, etc., etc. So we can get some knowledge automation by using this automation of data. And how does this work means this documentation generation process, how it works means first we have to create the template and in a special language. If we are very comfortable in English, we will be using most of the times in India we will be using only English, whereas in other countries they will be using their foreign country, like they're in France, French, and then Greek in case of that countries. But so we have a special language and connect to a data source and automate special language and data, and synchronize changes and from the server to and from the server. Synchronize changes to and from the server, and means we are inputting and we are getting. So synchronize the changes to and from the server, generate the transactions. And this is like we will be saying, see, document actions pane, document tab, generate transactions, data tab, rules tab, outline tab, and this is by using a software called as AJL document template. So they have given all this data. Then this is about the AGL suits, what they have, what they are following, and change data into bidirectionally. So create, generate a new transaction, and then we can also access the data from the document we already saved. If you want to do the statistics, we can take use of the data which is already saved. And this is not in the healthcare. And then It is in case of that, a document automation, see, uh, automation of all conditional text, variable text, and data content within a set of documents. This is the called as automation of document. And what are the benefits means? Increase productivity, improve accuracy, increase profitability, and then automate knowledge. And the process includes create a document template, connect document to data, and automate language and data, synchronize changes to the server, and generate transaction means to and fro from the server. Then and there are 7 steps to automate paper process. There is one more topic in the second unit, automation of paper-based health records. There are 7 steps to automate paper process in healthcare. The automation of paper process in medicine is a lengthy process that involves collaboration between the practices, in-house team and the higher technological team. This collaboration should have timely and clear communication so that the parties understand where they are at each stage. So, what are the steps to automate the paper process in healthcare? Are and where to start is the number one. Step one. First one, we have to audit our business for the automation needs. Means which type of these things. Before searching about how to automate the paper process in healthcare, the practice needs to know what there is to automate first. What we have to automate, either patient admission number or the history. So we have to decide what has to be automated first. For this, we can interview the team or the manpower who is taking care of all the who are feeling more complexity in their work, so that we can automate, so that we can increase reduce the manpower required, and we can make it feasible and easier. And where the paper based process causing most bottlenecks means they are very tightly involved, and there is no time, and they are very hectic in managing all those things. So there we can use this automation of documents. So first one, we have to audit, we have to check where we can update or where we can automate or which document we can automate. The second one, we have to review our existing legacy system. If we don't have any tools that collect the information digitally, then we have to go straight to the next step. We can although if we are having already a software adapted in your building technology, but nowadays even if we go for a small shops even or to purchase, they will be using some technology. So if we are already having some software adapted, we need to check whether it is compatible with the system or not. If the billing software is not getting compatible with the patient history and to maintain all these things, that will be going wasted only. So we have to check whatever the software already existing software, and whether it can be compatible with the automation software. So we have to check this one. First one, we have to audit which type of documentation has to be automated, and then in the automation already existing software should be compatible, and whether it can be ensure routing, approval, and distribution of standard operating procedures of the existing one, and then integrate it. Sometimes our existing system may need upgrades based upon new legal requirements or new software specifications. So so that will give a clear idea of the time frame, budget, and technological specifications. Nothing but sometimes there is no need of going for if some it is not compatible, then we can uh, update it or upgrade it. If we are upgrading the existing or already present software, we sometimes it may get compatible, so that we can check. So we have to review first, then choose. We have to choose our technological partner. The choice of this technological partner will impact a lot of factors along the way, such as the cost, such as the cost, estimated integration, date, tools, and languages used, approach, and overall process wide. We strongly, we can strongly, it is strongly advisable to team up with the developers who have successfully implemented medtech solutions into similar practices. Means we can see the reviews who have already successful implementations and successful runnings in similar type of healthcare technologies. And the fourth step is create a development plan. After choosing the team, means after selecting a vendor or the service provider, we can choose the team, or we can create a development plan. Like it's time that it is the time to break the work into pieces. The process comes with a detailed list of tasks and desired deadlines. Planning here is important as it will function as a navigation guide of your project and inform where your team is at. Plus, the company's team will know when to expect the system shutdown. So we have to develop, create a development plan like when we have to include where we have to, and then how many, or for example, how many login IDs we have to create, and where if your multiple users are logging in, what happens, and when it gets shut down, and then all these we have to develop a create a development plan. And the fifth step 5 is it is develop the needed modules and have code base ready, whether it's a cloud based or hardware based solution. You will most likely to code parts separately in order to put them together later on. We can use either, we can adapt either cloud technology or by using hardware things or IT things, based upon the management things. And this Lego approach works perfectly when you deal with cloud computing, and its main advantage is that you can easily tweak a particular mode without changing the whole system. And it is also very easy, as we discussed earlier, than the IT. There is no need of one more IT team. If you are maintaining cloud technology than the server-based technology, there is no requirement of the information team, information technology team. And the step five again, we have to develop the needed modules, have code base ready. We have discussed already. Step 6, integrate it into existing software. As you have the code, it's time to integrate it with other tools. Means we have to integrate all the softwares like building softwares or Excel, so that by using something, after downloading data, we have to apply some statistics. So we have to integrate it into existing softwares. Here the cooperation with the in-house technicians is paramount, should be is definite or important, as they are key players in moving the databases and navigating the whole process with ease. So as per the users who are utilizing these softwares or automation of documentation, as per the thing, we have to integrate the existing softwares like PDF converters, or whatever it may be, Excel softwares. All those things we have to get integrated into that software. Develop the last step, develop an emergency backup plan and maintenance schedule. So by adapting the system is a half job done. When we are adapting, that half job is done. And the other half is to future proof its performance and get it ready for the unexpected, means disasters. Unexpected is nothing but disaster. If something, everything is lost, what we have to do? So the adapting the system is half job done. Then another half is to future proof its performance and get it ready for the unexpected. Healthcare IT is the industry where emergency backups and breach handling are regulated. So the provider needs to make sure that their IT infrastructure complies with them, and there should not be any break. So we have to future proof. Plus, we need to plan maintenance works, so it wouldn't be a surprise for the employees that they will be cut off from the system. So these are the pros and cons, plus advantage and disadvantage of paper-based records and electronic health records, and again how we can automate the documentation. All these we have discussed, and the steps, what are the steps involved in the automation, the 7 main steps in case of healthcare system we have discussed. So is there any doubt? Any doubt? we have completed in Unit 2 electronic and paper records, and then comparison and automation of paper record and the process of the steps involved in the automation for today. The next class we will be seeing the advantages and disadvantages of paper-based records and electronic records, etc. And one more topic is there like uh, bedside or point of care systems and human factors and the EHR. So in the tomorrow class, we'll discuss these things. In the last class, we'll discuss about the roadblocks and challenges of challenges to EHR implementation, the future. Any doubts? Okay, I'll be in for 10 more minutes. If anybody is having any query, you can ask, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I wanted to ask, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes,
Yeah,
hello, good afternoon.
I wanted to ask that whatever you have showed in your slide presentations and this was the
Yes,
study material we have got. Now for preparation of the exam, like
okay.
it's just little bit more simpler, like in your presentation, which is easy to
Thank
understand
you.
also, which is good.
Thank
But
you.
in the study,
Thank you.
but in the study material, it's a little bit more like technical language. So which one should
Yes.
we like learn? This one or like your presentation or combine it and prepare?
See, this is a dry subject or dry area. So if you know the key concepts, like in the thing, you can develop on your own and you can write on your own. There is no there is no restriction to write from either from this PPT or from any material what you have got. Is your wish. As a professional course in the PG, we can do first understand the main concept and note down jot down all the main points. What have to write. The question is asked like explain the disadvantages and advantages of the paper-based record. So first we should know what is paper-based record and what are the advantages, and we can write what are the disadvantages. If you know, even sometimes they asked us to write about the differentiation or what are the both. They asked us to compare what is paper-based record and then EHR. We can write if you know both the things. You can the thing. Even we cannot expect sometime the question right. So jot down the main points. Upon that base, you develop the content and you can write. So first you should
Like
know
in
the
the
core
study,
content.
yeah. In the study material, there's not much mention of paper-based record. What are the advantages, disadvantages, like that? There is just electronic health record, Unit 2, Chapter 3. That's it. And then they have
Okay.
their own things, only on
This this
electronic health record.
this this but this one I have searched in the net, Google source, and then SlideShare. You can go through these things in SlideShare. You can get more PPTs. You can go through some points. That will be easy
So,
to. Uh, Yes, please.
Like, is it possible to get your PPT?
Definitely.
Okay,
Just
thank you.
ping here. We'll share you.
Okay, okay.
Where to share? Can I share here? One second. Just now, right now, I'll share. I'll try to share. One second. Is there any option in message box? No. No. I find out the way to share the this one file. Uh, will ask if anybody knows, let me know. I'll share this in the box, chat box. Even here, I am unable to see the chat box. If I can see the chat box, I will send you now itself. Install messages. I'll try it from mobile. Is this okay? My message is visible. I don't know whether I can attach some file or not. Okay, I can. Okay. Yes. Google Drive link.
Uh, hello. So, what is
Yes, yes.
happening?
Yeah, I am sending. I am forwarding to the mail. I'm forwarding to the sir's mail. Then I think you can get into the drive. Everyone can access. I'm forwarding. I'm forwarding. Yes, sent. Yes,
Okay.
it's been sent to the mail. So I have sent you the mail, sir. Please check. I think I didn't mention the subject even in the hurry. I'm sorry. So can I wind up? Is there any still more? I have forwarded the PPT to the sir's mail. Sir will be sharing in the drive, so everyone can access it. Can I wind up? Any more doubts? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. I have forwarded as per your link. I have forwarded. Sir also has shared the link over here. Please check. Docs, documents, Google Com. Just you can access it. Before logging out, disconnecting from this, you can save this link for your access. For your information, is the announcement. SR has given link over here in the call messages. Someone of you please take it and then forward, transfer all those things. Thank you. Thank you.
Is it a lunch break? Hello? Okay. Director sir, I want to talk to you about few things. Is it possible now? Yes. Yes, technical things only about exams and things like that. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In last class, we have discussed about epidemic management and also safety system. And this in 1 hour, we will be discussing about immunization and isolation system. Right. In that first one is immunization. And when we learn about this immunization, we need to learn about the definitions. What are the terminologies involved in immunization? Everything we will be learning in this topic. First is definition for immunization. What is immunization? It is the process of protecting an individual from a disease through introduction of live or killed or attenuated organism. Attenuated organisms nothing but they have the tendency to multiply, but they are not capability of causing diseases. That is called an attenuated organism in an in an individual system to create immunity. This is called immunization, that is introduction of organism in order to boost our immunity. It is called as immunization. And the next one is immunity. Immunity, it is a security against a particular disease and non susceptibility to the invasive or pathogenic effect of a foreign organisms or to a toxin effect of antigenic substance. That is nothing but antibodies which is produced. It's called as immunity. In case of acquired immunity, it is of two types. One is active immunity and a passive immunity. Active immunity is produced by stimulating immunological defense mechanism through administration of antigen, usually prior to natural exposure to infection. And active immunizing agents are known to be one of the example for active immunity is vaccine. In case of passive immunity, it is produced temporarily by supplying performed exogenous animal or human antibody to suppress the disease given soon after or prior to exposure of an infection. And it is ready-made antibodies, and passive immunity agents are anti-sera and immunoglobulins. Uh, to explain it clearly, in case of COVID-19, the vaccine that we have taken, right? Say for example, Covaxin and Covishield. This is an example for active immunity. In case of passive immunity, the person who have recovered from COVID-19, the plasma has an antibodies. Taking that antibodies and giving treatment, right? That is passive immunity. Next is immunoglobulin. Immunoglobulins are nothing but they are antibodies, and antibodies are the proteins that is present in blood, intestinal, and respiratory secretion. Next is antigen. Antigen is nothing but a foreign substances, and this foreign substances may be bacteria, viruses, toxins, or any other proteins that will stimulate to produce the antibodies. It is called as antigen. Next is toxins. Toxins are the poisonous substances usually produced by invading microorganism. This is called as toxins. And antitoxin is the antibodies that is formed in response to toxin. It is called as antitoxin. Next is immunization program. Immunization program, it is a routine program of immunization offered during childhood. That is giving immune, that is giving vaccine to the at the childhood age, so that any deadly diseases is prevented in adulthood. So it's called as immunization program. And this immunization program will depend, it will be depending on, for every country there is a different immunization program. An immunizing agent includes vaccine, immunoglobulins, and anti-sera. In that first one is vaccines. What are vaccines? They are immunobiological substances that produce specific protection against a given disease. It stimulates active production of antibody and other immune mechanisms. And these vaccines can be a live vaccine or inactivated or attenuated, anything. Or it can be a recombinant vaccines also. For an ideal vaccine, it should produce permanent immunity, and it should be free from toxic substances. It should have a minimal side effect, and does not produce disease to the recipient, and it is easy to administer. These are the ideal characteristics for a vaccine. Attenuated vaccines, that is, in case of bacteria it is BCG, typhoid and plague, and for viral it is oral polio virus vaccine, measles, mumps, rubella, yellow fever and influenza, and recurrential it is epi and typhus. Or inactivated vaccines, for bacteria it is pertussis, typhoid, cholera, plague and meningitis, and in case of viral it is rabies, hepatitis B, influenza, salk polio and Japanese encephalitis. That is this immunization schedule, right? As I earlier I said, for each and every country the immunization schedule differs, and it mainly uh, it is mainly planned according to the needs of the community, and it should be helpful to the public. WHO has launched a global immunization program in 1974. It is known as Expanded Program on Immunization, EPI. Expanded Program on Immunization. That is to protect all children from 6 killer diseases. And in India, it was launched in January 1978. And now this expanded program on immunization is renamed as Universal Child Immunization as per declaration by UNICEF. And in India, it is called as Universal Immunization Program, and it was launched in 1985 November for the universal coverage of immunization to the eligible population. And this table column represent the different vaccines that is to be taken at different stages of life. That is, at the birth time, there are 3 vaccines to be taken. That is, one is BCG, which is taken intradermal, and OPV, that is oral polio virus vaccine. It is taken orally, and it is hepatitis B, that is intramuscular. First dose is given at the time of birth. It is intramuscular, and at the 6th week, if BCG is not given at the time of birth, then after 6 weeks it is to be given, that is intradermal. And the next one is pentavalent, that is it comprises of for 5 diseases, and this is given intramuscular. And next, second dose of OPV, that is given orally at the 6th week, and after that third dose for hepatitis B1. Next is for second, fourth, and 6 months, rotavirus is given orally, the vaccine. Next is our 10th week, pentavalent, that is second dose of pentavalent, which is given intramuscular. And next is third dose of OPV, that is oral polio virus vaccine. It is given orally. And then next is the second dose of hepatitis B2. It is given intramuscular. Next is at 14th week, there are 3 vaccines. One is pentavalent 3, intramuscular, given intramuscular. And then OPV3, it is given orally. And next is hepatitis B3. Third dose, it is given intramuscular. And at the 9th month, the vaccine is given for measles, which is given subcutaneously. At 16 to 24 months, that is before 2 years, DPT is given, that is for diphtheria, pertussis and tetanus. It is given intramuscular. And next is OPV, that is oral polio virus vaccine. It is given orally. And for measles, it is given subcutaneous. And at the age of 5 to 6 years, it is given DT, that is for diphtheria and tetanus. It is given intramuscular. That is for DT and TT, all given intramuscularly. And at 10 to 16 years, TT is given, that is tetanus toxoid. And at the same time, early pregnancy, that is before 5th month, 2 doses of TT, that is tetanus toxoid, is given with an interval of 1 month. That is at early 3 months, that is after 45 days, one dose of tetanus toxoid is given. After 1 month, the second dose of tetanus toxoid is given intramuscularly. What are the contraindications of vaccine? That is, whenever a vaccine is taken, there will be a pain at the site of injection, right? That is, some allergic reaction is very common. And for live vaccines like OPV, BCG, and measles, they are not to be administered in immunosuppressive therapy and during immunodeficiency disorders, leukemia, lymphoma, or generalized malignancy. Like in cancer condition, everything in that condition, the vaccine should not be given. What are the reactions after taking this vaccine? There is a mild fever, local pain, malaise, and irritability, and transient rashes is observed. Uh, After BCG vaccination, there is a formation of lump and papullae, and it is generally not painful, but it is tender to touch. And its papullae increases in size up to 6 to 10 millimeter in diameter by 6th week, and the nodule softens with the formation of pus. And no treatment is mostly it's not necessary. And at the end of 10 to 12 weeks, only a small scar is visible. We have all seen in our arms, right? Next, there is an enlargement of lymph node. That is regional lymph node enlargement, and spuration observed in 2 to 8 weeks after BCG vaccination is usually a result of the vaccine being injected subcutaneously instead of intradermally. That is, when we are given subcutaneously, this reaction occurs. And in very rare cases, the temperature may raise to 105 Fahrenheit, and there is a chance of convulsion or collapse, mainly after the vaccination with DPT, that is diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus. And in such cases, further doses of DPT should not be given because they are allergic to this DPT, so it should not be given. And this is a brief about what immunization. Next topic is about isolation. What is the isolation? Isolation, it is a special precautionary measures, practices, and procedures used in care of patients with contagious or communicable, such as gloves, gowns, goggles, and face masks. During this COVID condition, we have all known about this isolation quarantine. So that is what we are going to learn here. That is, this measures that to prevent the patients from any contagious diseases by wearing personal protective equipments like gloves, gowns, goggles, and face mask. What is the purpose of isolation? It will prevent the cross contamination between the patient and the hospital personnel. That is, the healthcare workers, the frontline workers, they are going to treat the patients, right, who are deceased. So they also should be protected from this infection. So that is to prevent the kind of cross contamination. And next one is to confine and contain any infectious disease. That is to organize the disease condition and to confine and contain all blood and body fluids. These are the purposes of isolation. What are the basic principles involved in isolation? That is, washing the hands prior to entering and exiting the room. That is, before entering the room and after, before leaving the room, the hands should be washed. It should be sterilized. Next is careful, that is sanitized, careful disposal of contaminated materials. That is maybe a nasal discharge or anything that is going to contaminate, no, that should be properly disposed. A knowledge of disease and mode of transmission, that is the causative organism, how they are transmitted, whether it is to droplet or airborne, and what is the incubation, whether it is communicable disease or non-communicable diseases, and everything it should be known. And protection of client and public during transport, that is during if a patient gets sick at home and they should be transferred to a hospital, the through ambulance they will be transporting patients from house to hospital. In during that condition, the client, that is the person, should not be infected by the disease. So proper protection should be given. These are the basic principles. That is, number one is washing the hand before entering and before leaving the room, and careful disposal of contaminated material. Number three is knowledge of disease and mode of transmission, and protection of the client and public during transport. The next is Center for Disease Control and Prevention. They have distinguished this isolation precautions into two types. One is standard precaution, the other one is transmission based precautions. This transmission based precaution is further divided into three types. One is airborne precaution, droplet precaution, and contact precautions. In that, first we'll be discussing about standard precautions. Standard precaution is generalized one, that is washing the hand and use of personal protective equipments like glove, mask, goggles, and gown, and proper handling of soil patient care equipments, and environmental cleaning, disposal of sharps, and minimal handling of soil linen and private room. These are the general precautions. That is, regularly washing of the hands, use of protective equipments, and patients are isolated or quarantined in a private room. And these are the general, that is standard precautions. When to wash the hands? At five conditions, we have to wash the hands. That is, should be sanitized. The first one is before touching a patient. Number two is before starting a procedure. That is before touching a patient and before starting a procedure, and after a procedure or body fluid exposure risk. That is after diagnosing it. Then fourth is after uh, after touching a patient and after touching a patient's surroundings. In all these five conditions, sanitizing of hands is must. What are the new elements of standard precautions? That is, one is respiratory hygiene, safe injection practices, and use of mask. That is, safe injection practices involve for each and every patient. That is, we have now disposable syringes, right? So after usage of syringe, it should be incinerated. After that only, it should be thrown into dustbin, particular dustbin. These are the three elements of standard precautions. The next type is transmission based precautions. In that, number one is airborne precaution, droplet precaution, and contact precaution. First one is airborne precaution. Here, in this condition, positive agents of diseases are under airborne precautions or less than 5 micrometer. That is, the size of organism is less than 5 micrometer, and hence it is carried away by air current. Examples of airborne diseases are tuberculosis, measles, chickenpox, herpes zoster, and smallpox. How to protect a patient in case of, that is, how to handle the patient in airborne diseases is a single room with negative air pressure is given. That is, patient should be uh, placed in a single room with negative pressure, and there should be a regular exchange of gases every hour. And the door and the room should have a door, that is closed door. And for protection for healthcare workers, apply standard precautions. That is, washing of hands, use of personal protective equipment. These are the standard precautions. And in case of use of mask, N95 respirator will be used. Right, not a surgical mask. N95 mask is used. That is, next is about patient transport. Limit the patient movement. That is, unnecessarily the patient should not be moved from one place to another. They should be sit ideally in a private room, that is in an isolated room. Unless it is necessary, they should not move. And patient should wear a surgical mask outside the isolation room. If so, they are coming out of the isolation room, they should wear masks. Generally the visitors will come and visit the patients, right? The relatives will come and visit. So in that condition there is a precautions for visitors also. That is, mm, there should be a prior intimation to the nurses, and they should wear masks in order to prevent infection, and also before leaving the room they should wash their hands. This is a precaution for visitors. And then the next type is droplet precautions. Here the causative agents uh, of this disease is greater than, that is, in case of airborne it is less than 5 micrometer. Here it is greater than 5 micrometer, and they can travel up to 3 feet before falling into the ground. Example for droplet diseases is meningitis, influenza, mumps, pertussis, rubella, common cold, measles, and diphtheria. Here, the patient is placed in a private room, that is isolated room, and cohort nursing, that is a group of nursing, and maintain special separation of at least 3 feet in between. That is, the deceased person are placed in a room, and the space between each and every patient, it should be at least 1 meter. And for protection for healthcare workers, number one is standard precautions, that is use of personal protective equipment, frequent washing of hands. These are the standard precautions, and surgical mask is given. Suppose if they are treating the patient within 3 feet of patient, so surgical mask is if working within 3 feet of the patient. Next is in case of patient transport, the movement is limited. That is, the patient should not be moved from the private room. They should be placed in the room itself. Unless it is necessary, they should not come out of the room. And the mask, surgical mask, is given to the patient whenever they are coming out of the this one isolated room. Also, since if the patients are placed next to next, and they should always wear the mask. Next, precautions for visitors. Same like previous condition. The visitors should give prior intimation to the that is visitors should report to nurses uh, uh, and before entering the room, and also adhere to the following characteristics, that is, a mask should be worn before entering the room, and before leaving the room they should wash their hands. Next is contact precautions, that is, in this condition the illness or disease infection occurs through contact. Some of the example are hepatitis A, antibiotic resistant bacteria, scabies, and impetigo. Here, the patient is placed in a private room and is given cohort nursing. And in case of protection for healthcare workers, hand washing, that is, standard precaution should be made. That is, washing of hand, use of personal protective equipments like gloves and gown, and then the movement of patient should be restricted. So unwanted movement of patient should be avoided. Unless it is necessary, they should not. Should come out of the room. In the precautions for visitors, saying this one is common. That is, they should priorly report to nurses, and before leaving the room, they should wash their hands. These are the general precautions. That is, we have seen one is two precautions. One is in isolation. One is standard precaution, and on second one is transmission based precaution. In transmission based precaution, there are three types. One is airborne, droplet, and contact. Right. In addition to it, there is a terminology called empiric isolation precautions. That is, in case of disease, any symptom is developed by a patient, and before diagnosis, they should be isolated. That is called empiric isolation. That is, the risk of infection transmission may be highest before a definitive diagnosis can be reached. So, though they have not undergone, before they have undergone diagnosis, they have developed symptoms. So, it doesn't mean that they should not be isolated. That is, before diagnosis, they should not be isolated. No, not like that. Even if they have developed the symptoms, they should be isolated and wait until the diagnosis process is over. Therefore, the patient with certain clinical syndromes should be isolated empirically until we have a definite diagnosis. Example, a patient with chronic cough, more than 2 weeks, fever, weight loss, night sweat. The patient should undergo empiric airborne isolation and the sputum should be diagnosed. And if it is positive, the isolation procedure is continued. And if it is negative, then 3 consecutive tests should be carried out and 3 tests should give negative. In that case, we can discontinue the isolation. This is called as empiric isolation. And next one is protective isolation. It is implemented for immunocompromised patient, and this patient is placed in positive pressure room with HEPA filter for air supply, and sick people are not allowed to visit the patient. Pets and plants are not allowed. So this is about isolation. That is, we have seen about immunization and isolation. This is a general about. We'll see from first. That is, first one is immunization. We have seen the definition for immunization. That is, it is a process of protecting an individual from a disease through introduction of live, killed or attenuated organisms. This is called immunization. Next is immunity. Immunity is nothing but antibodies or immune system that is developed in response to antigen. And it includes acquired immunity, and it is of 2 types. One is active immunity and another one is passive immunity. And active immunity, it is produced by stimulating immunological defense mechanism through administration of antigen, usually prior to natural exposure to infection. An active immunizing agent are vaccine. Vaccine is one of the examples for active immunity. And in case of passive immunity, it is produced temporarily by supplying performed exogenous animals or human antibody to suppress the diseases. That is, after the infection, that antibodies is produced, that is called as passive immunity. And example for passive immunity agents are anti-sera and immunoglobulins. Next, immunoglobulins are nothing but they are antibodies, and antibodies are the proteins that is present in blood, intestinal secretion, and respiratory secretion. Next is about antigen. Antigen is nothing but a foreign substances which includes bacteria, viruses, toxins, and foreign proteins. Okay, that stimulate the antibodies. Next is about toxins. It's a poisonous substances usually produced by the invading microorganism, and antitoxins are antibodies that is produced in response to toxins. Immunization program is nothing but immunizing at childhood in order to prevent the deadly diseases that is going to occur at the adulthood. To prevent such deadly diseases is called as immunization program, and it depends. And the immunization schedule will depend will change according to the for every country will have different immunization schedule. Next is immunization agent, and these are classified as vaccines, immunoglobulins, and anti-sera. Vaccines are nothing but they are immunological substances which produce specific protection against a given disease, and they stimulate the active protection of antibodies and other immune mechanism. Right. This vaccine can be attenuated, inactivated, or extracellular fractions, toxoids, combination of these, or it can be a recombinant vaccines also. For ideal vaccine, it should produce a permanent immunity, and it should be free from toxic substances, have minimal side effects, and does not produce any disease to the recipient, and it is easy to administer. Next one is live attenuated vaccine. It is bacteria. Example for live attenuated vaccine is for bacteria it is BCG, toxoid and plague, and for viral it is oral polio, measles, mumps, rubella, yellow fever and influenza, and schedule it is epi and typhus. Example for killed or inactivated vaccines is nothing but for bacteria it is pertussis, typhoid, cholera, plague, and meningitis. And for viral it is rabies, hepatitis B, influenza, Salk, polio, and Japanese encephalitis. So this immunization schedule will every country has its own immunization schedule, and it should be effective, feasible, and accepted by the community. And this schedule will be based on the needs of the community. So WHO has launched a global immunization program in 1974, which is known as expanded program on immunization, in order to protect children from 6 killer diseases. And in India, it was launched in 1978, in January 1978. And now this terminology has been renamed as Universal Child Immunization, as was sponsored by UNICEF. And India, it is called as Universal Immunization Program, and it was launched in November 1985. And for the universal coverage of immunization to the eligible population. And the chapter column represents different vaccines at which age group and the route of administration. Contraindication that whenever the vaccine is taken, some effects is produced. So one such example for live vaccine, like OPV, BCG, and measles, uh, they are not. These vaccines should not be administered in immunosuppressive therapy, immunodeficiency disorders, leukemia and lymphoma, or generalized malignancy. And some of the reactions of EPI vaccine is there is a mild fever, local pain, malaise and irritability, and transient rashes. And lumps is produced after BCG vaccine, and they remains a scar after 10 to 12 weeks. And after BCG vaccination, there is a lymph node enlargement, and in very rare cases, the fever may uh, maybe more than 105 Fahrenheit, and there is a chance of convulsion or collapse after DPT vaccine. That is, DPT is nothing that for three diseases, that is diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus. And in such cases, the next doses of DPT should be avoided. Next, we have seen about this isolation. When we see about definition for it, it is a precautionary measures and practices and procedure used in the care of patients in order to protect the patients from contagious or communicable diseases. How can we protect them? By wearing personal protective equipment like gloves, gowns, goggles, and face masks. And the purpose of isolation is to prevent the cross contamination between the patient and hospital personnel, to confine and contain any infectious disease, and confine and contain all blood and body fluids. And basic principle involved in isolation is washing of hands before entering and before leaving the room. That is, the patients having the patient before entering the infected patient's room, hands should be washed, and careful disposal of contaminated material. That is, after usage of the bedspread and bed sheets and pillow cover, everything should be properly disposed. And knowledge of disease and mode of transmission. So when we speak about knowledge of disease, the causative organism, the mode of transmission, their incubation period, everything should be known. and protection of the client and public during transport. And this Center for Disease Control and Prevention have defined isolation precautions into two types. One is standard precaution and another one is transmission based precautions. The standard precautions includes hand washing, use of personal protective equipments, proper handling of patient, and the equipment used by the patient, and minimal handling of soil linen and private room. These are all the general precautions, standard precautions. And when we have to wash our hands na, at 5 stages, one is before touching a patient, uh, and should be sanitized, and before starting a procedure. First, before touching a patient, before starting a procedure, and after the procedure, and after touching the patient, again hands should be washed, and after touching a patient's surroundings. In all these five conditions, hands should be sanitized. And new elements of standard precautions include stationary hygiene, safe injection practices, and use of masks. And the next type is transmission based precautions. That number one is airborne precaution, number two is droplet precaution, and the third one is contact precautions. In case of airborne precaution, the size of the organism will be less than 5 micrometer, hence they are carried away by air current. And these are the examples for airborne, that is tuberculosis, measles, chickenpox, herpes zoster, and the smallpox. In case of patient placement, the patients are placed in a single room with negative pressure, and there should be exchange of air exchanges, and the room should be closed with door. And for protection for healthcare workers, they should standard precautions should be made, and they should use N95 masks. In case of patient transport, the patient should limit the movement. That is, there should not be unnecessary movement of a patient should be reduced, and the patient should wear surgical mask whenever they are leaving the isolation room. And in case of visitors, they should there should be prior intimation to the nurses, and they should wear mask and wash their hand before leaving the room. It's in case of droplet precaution. Here, in this condition, the causative organism, the size of the causative organism is greater than 5 micrometer, and they can travel up to 3 feet, that is 1 meter, before falling to the ground. So, meningitis, influenza, mumps, pertussis, rubella, common cold, measles, diphtheria are some of the examples for droplet diseases. And here, the patients are placed in private room and maintains a special separation at least 3 feet. That is, the distance between two patients should be at least 3 feet. And for protection for healthcare workers, standard precautions and surgical masks should be given if they are treating the patients at 3 feet. An unnecessary movement of patient should be avoided, and they should wear surgical masks. And precaution for visitors, there should be a prior intimation to the nurses, and they should wear masks and wash their hands before leaving the room. Next is about contact precaution. Here, the illness causes due to contact. Hepatitis A, antibiotic resistant bacteria, scabies, and impetigo are the example. Here, the patient is placed in a private room, and cohort nursing is given. And for protection for healthcare workers, washing of hand and use of personal protective equipment, and movement of the patient should be limited. And for visitors, the precautions, visitors should give a prior intimation to the nurses, and hands must be washed before leaving the room. And next one is empiric isolation precautions. That is, before they have developed the symptoms, and before the diagnostic process, they should be isolated. That is called as empiric isolation. If the patients develop in symptoms like chronic cough, uh, or for 2 weeks, or fever or weight loss, in that case, the patient first they should be isolated, and their sample is collected for diagnostic procedure. If it is positive, then the isolation treatment and isolation procedure is continued. If it is negative, then three tests should be made, and all these three tests should give negative. In that case, the isolation can be discontinued. Right. The next type is protective isolation. This is applicable to immunocompromised patient, and the room we have a positive pressure and a HEPA filter is fixed for air supply. Sick people are not allowed to visit the patient because they are already they don't have them. They are already immune compromised, right? So pets and plants are not allowed. Even it is dry or fresh plants are not allowed. That's it. Thank you. Any doubts? Is any doubts regarding today's topic, that is immunization and isolation? You can ask. Right. Then tomorrow we'll be discussing about three topics. One is communication system, public health service system, and health and population policy and strategies. We'll be discussing about these three topics. And in the next class, that is on Friday, we'll be discussing about district health organization and regionalization of healthcare. These two topics, and thereby the fifth unit will be covered. Right. So far, we have completed three topics. One is emergency epidemic management system, safety system, and immunization and isolation system. Right. Next class will be three topics, followed by the other two topics will be covered in next topic. Clear? So, any doubts? Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir.
Is my slide visible? Hello. Is my slide visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you. Is my slide changing?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So kind of you. So kind of you. So in yesterday's class, I had dealt about what is study, how to carry out a case study, and I was giving examples of the various hospital services that can be taken as a case study and presented. So this is for your examination purpose. You can tailor make your case study and you can present it in case if there is a question on write a case study on a particular hospital services. So yesterday we have seen up to physiotherapy, and today we are going to see about the surgical unit. So here I will be concentrating only on the infrastructure of a surgical unit. In a surgical unit, you can take a case study on the process, the modernization, the effectiveness, the quality parameters, and many such things. But I will be here concentrating only on the infrastructure. So if you take the surgical unit, so we call it as the operation theater. So this operation theater will be in connectivity with the wards. From the wards, the patients will be transferred to the operation theater, and after the operation theater, they will be transferred either to ICU or to post operative recovery ward. So the operation theater will have direct connection with the frozen section laboratory. So during operation, they will have to take a frozen section. So for that, there will be a direct connection, and there will be one anesthesia room where the anesthetist will be housed, and there will be a scrub room, there will be a cleanup room, and then there will be a operation theater sterile supply unit. So all this will be in direct linkage. This cleanup room will be in linkage with the central sterilization and supply unit. Similarly, the scrub room will be in connectivity with the nurses changing room and the doctors changing room separately for the nurses and doctors to change into operation theater uniform and to clean themselves. So this is the organization of a operation theater for efficient functioning. So the place that is selected for an operation theater must be free from noises and disturbances. It must be free from contamination and possible cross infection. The operation theater must be independent of the general traffic movement from the rest of the hospital. So it is always preferred that it is isolated. Correct and convenient relationship with ICU, central sterile supplies, radiology, and pathology is very much required. Adequate glare-free natural light is required, which has a psychological impact. Hence, north light is desirable. In an operation theater, the doctor's view is very, very important. So the lighting in an operation theater, if it is a natural lighting, supplemented with artificial light, then the ambience and the psychological impact is always better. Most present day operations theaters, they use artificial light, but good light and ventilation are added advantage. The temperature range should be between 23 to 24 degree centigrade. So these and all are some of the points that will have to be taken up in mind when designing an operation theater. The operation theater will have the following compartments. Number one is the washroom. Number two is the sterile goods room. Number three is the anesthetics room. So the person who is going to give anesthesia, the anesthetist, so he will be right from the entry of the patient into the operation theater till he leaves the operation theater, and a follow-up with the post-operative ward will be by the anesthetist. So the anesthetist job will be like he will have to be in the operation theater throughout. So the anesthetist room is always attached with the operation theater. So the anesthetist room is around 3.8 to 3.8 with electric sliding door. It should be equipped with a refrigerator, draining sink, rinsing line, cupboards, and connections for anesthesia equipment and emergency power. So these and all are the requirements of the anesthetist room. The washroom should have 3 non-splash wash basins with foot control. So in the operation theater, the physician will be wearing his gloves. So with gloves, it will be very difficult for him to handle the wash basin. So the wash basin should be foot operated. So with the help of his leg, they can on and off the wash basin, and the wash basin should be designed in such a way that it is non-splash. So when they open it, the water should not splash on the physician or the person who is using the wash basin. So the sterile goods room must be directly accessed to the operation theater, because all the supplies, the sterile supplies to the operation theater are from the sterile goods store. So it should be in direct connection with the operation theater. So these three attachments in operation theater are very, very important. And apart from that, there is an equipment room. So where the various equipments that are to be used in the operation theater are housed, and these equipments, once they are used, they are sterilized and kept for the next case. So for that, this equipment room is very important. And then there is one sub sterilization room. So it contains a non-clean area for non-sterile material and a clean area for sterile items. So in the sub-sterilization room, there must be a sink, a storage surface, work surface, and steam sterilizer. So these and all are the requirements of the sub-sterilization room. And in case if it is an ortho operation theater, then a plaster room is very much essential. So this plaster room is not attached to the operation theater. It is separate. But in emergencies, the patient must be channeled through the lobbies to get into the operation theater. So these and all are the attachments that are required in an operation theater. The next is we will look into the ward facilities. So in a ward, the most important part is the nursing station. So they maintain the history and they maintain the follow-up of the patient till his discharge. So the nursing station should be prominent. And then there must be a workroom for the nursing staff. There must be a room for the staff nurse. So the staff nurse will be on continuous duty for 8 hours. So the staff nurse should be given a room, and the staff nurse are controlled by the head nurse. So for the head nurse, there must be another separate room. So in every ward, there must be examination and treatment room. So the patient in the ward, they are shifted to the examination and treatment room and in the ward, and minor procedures are carried out in this examination and treatment room. So in the ward, there should be a lab. We call it as a sub lab. So in this lab, some simple biochemical test will be carried out, like estimation of blood glucose level and such other parameters. So in the ward, there should be a pantry where food is distributed to the inpatients and on request to the patient's attenders. So the ward store should be in a accessible place where all the requirements of the ward are taken, and there must be a linen room. So in a ward, usually there is a change of the linen that is used by the patient, and the used linen has to be carefully transported for washing, and there must not be any cross contamination, or there must not be any what you call infection spreading from the linen room. So in a ward, for the transportation of patients, we make use of stretcher. So the stretcher should be stored, and for that there is a stretcher room that is required. So these and all are the requirements of a ward. Uh, in some sophisticated wards, the attenders of the patients, they may have some valuables, they may have some materials, and in case if it is a general ward where around 10 to 12 patients are made to stay in one big hall, so the attenders of the patients, they should be provided a clock room where they can keep their materials in safe custody. So the ward has to be maintained with cleanliness, and should be clean, and it should be hygienic. And for that, the sanitary workers' role is very important. And for the people who are in the providing the cleaning services of a hospital, so for them, for the sanitary workers, there should be a room, and then there is one sluice room. So these and all are the what you call infrastructure of a hospital ward. Now we will see about intensive care unit. So the task of intensive care is to prevent life-threatening disruption of the vital body functions. The services of intensive care unit include monitoring and treatment as well as care of the patient. So here, when we see about the infrastructure of the intensive care unit, we will see first the arrangement. Number one, the intensive care unit must be a separate area, and it can only be accessed through lobbies. Number two, for economical care of the outpatients, recovery room is located in intensive care unit, and in an intensive care unit, the number of patients per unit should not be more, or should be within 6 to 10. The beds in the intensive care unit may be placed in an open, closed, or combined arrangement. So it could be open, but when a treatment or when a procedure is given, it should be closed. And so combined arrangement of open and closed, that is the best. The beds should be in clear view of the central nurses station, so that from the central nurses station, the nurse should be able to view all the beds in the intensive care unit. So in the intensive care unit, there should be an operation theater for minor interventions, and there must be a lab, there must be attached kitchen, there must be a sub-sterilization room, there is a clean material room, and there is a non-clean work room, and then there is a cleaning room, there is a lounge for relatives, there is a room for duty doctors, a documentation room, a consultation room, and sanitary facilities. So if you take the intensive care unit, all the requirements of the intensive care unit can be broadly classified into three types. Number one is the arrangement of bed space. So as I said, in an intensive care unit, there could be around 6 to 10 beds. So arrangement of the bed space is the core and central work that has to be done. And then the auxiliary functions. The auxiliary functions like the lab, clean material room, doctor's room, documentation room, and all. They all form the auxiliary services. and then the arrangement of the auxiliary services around the bed space. So that is very, very important. So this designing is very, very important. So these and all are the points that has to be noted with regards to the infrastructure of a intensive care unit. So here you can see the what you call layout of an intensive care unit. So it's available in the form of a diagram through Mrs. Nivedita, the coordinator of the Directorate of Distance Education. I will share my PowerPoint so you can go through it. And in the examination, if you can draw this diagram, this is just a pictorial representation of what we have just now dealt about intensive care unit. So if you can draw this diagram, you will be getting very good marks. And next is the patient room. So the patient room can be of different types. Number one is one patient in one room, single room occupancy. Next is twin sharing, or it could be three people sharing. So in this patient's room, so patient's cupboard where he keeps the his material, and when a doctor or a nurse comes to take measurements of the vitals, so they must be what you call a moving table where they can keep their instruments and where they can write their observations. So for that a table is required. So next is the most important part, that is the nursing services. The nurse station is given in a ward in such a way that the nurse keeps an eye on all the patients. Nurse workroom is used to sterilize the instruments along with storage of necessary instruments and machinery. So the nursing station is very, very important. There are chances that on the facilities given by a nurse, the nursing facilities in a hospital, there could be a request for a case study. So usually the infrastructure of nursing services, the nurse's room should have a double corridor. There must be a closer relationship between bed, nursing station, and other service area. So this is rule number one. Number two, the cleanliness of the ward is maintained by the staff nurse. So the clean utility is designed to accommodate carts for storing linen, utensils, and other supplies. The elevators are located outside the nursing unit to cut down noise. Nursing services can be integrated into the same module, which include the typical patient's room. Greater flexibility in segregation of patients for various medical reasons should be taken in mind while designing nursing services. So here there is a pictorial representation of the nursing station. So you see that the various utilities, treatment, the nursing station, the storage place for the linen, the storage place for the instruments, and pantry, they all are accessible to a staff nurse. And the size of the nursing services is also given. One more important service in a hospital is the registration department. It is also called as the admitting department. The functions of the admitting department revolve around admitting, transferring, and discharge of patients. This department coordinates patient arrival, registration, medical records, and initial test. So the bed index, that means number of beds available, number of beds available under various specializations, and number of bed occupancy, all this data, the bed index showing current occupancy status has to be available so that the admission and discharge charts are prepared. This registration department should be situated on the same level as hospital's main entrance, and this hospital admitting department should be readily identifiable, and it should be provided with signage so that uneducated patients can also easily locate the admitting department. The admitting patients waiting area should be large enough to accommodate patients, their attenders, and their relatives and accompanying people. The clerical work area for maintaining hospital occupancy directories, record room notices are essential. Wheelchair and stretcher area, the space for computers and office equipment should be well designed so that the efficiency of the admitting department improves. So here I am giving you a flow chart of the admission department. So this is in a corporate hospital. In a small hospital, it could be of a smaller dimension. So the next is a very important service, that is the medical records department. The medical records department, they maintain the records and documents relating to the patient care. Maintaining proper facilities and services for accurate and timely production, processing, checking, filling, and retrieval of medical records is very important. So the efficiency of MRD, Medical Records Department, is based on how efficient they are in retrieving the medical records. So it should be close to the corridor leading to the doctor's lounge so that they can stop by and complete their records and study. So it should be easily accessible to all the physicians in the hospital. It should be so designed that with best possible means of transportation of medical records through all stages of their use. So a patient would come, he would register himself, he will have a preliminary screening, and then the record would be again housed by the medical records department. Suddenly, after some days, he might have a casualty, or he may have a emergency response, and for that, when he is getting admitted, his records will have to be retrieved by the doctor and it should be used. So it should be in an updated format. So the reception cum registration area, the space for photocopier, the work area for record processing, assembling, numbering, indexing, and the storage area for the medical cards and staff facilities, they all form an integral part of the medical records department. So here I'm giving you a flow chart of the medical records department, and then we will move on to the central sterilization and supply department. So this is called a CSSD. So in spite of the great advancement, hospital acquired infection, we call it as nosocomial infection. So that is the hospital's biggest, most serious concern. And so the central sterilization and supply department is a very important department. So the method basically involves cleaning, disinfecting, and sterilizing before using all instruments, material, equipment utilized in patient care. So it should be efficient enough for cleaning, it should be efficient enough for disinfecting and sterilizing. So here all the sterilization work is performed by heating and with the help of pressurized steam by gas sterilization. So the process of decontamination or disinfection prior to sterilization has to be carried out. So packing all materials for sterilizing and labeling them, dating them, storing them, controlling them, issuing them, and distributing them. So these and all are the major functions of the CSSD. So accessibility to elevators where they will transport the sterilized material. And then in case of emergency, if the elevators are not functional, if there is a power failure, then the staircase accessibility is also very, very important, because delivery has to be done within time, irrespective of the availability of power. So next we will have a glimpse about the food services department. Good food is important in the treatment of the patient and is a part of his total care. So the food services department in today's modern hospitals rank one of the major department. So providing best possible food at a cost consistent with the policy of the hospital is very, very important. So in the long range, this improves the name of the hospital. The department should be close to the materials management department. So in the food services department, the materials that are required for cooking and for storing, and after it has been distributed to the patients, after the patients have consumed the food, the cleaning, so all this should be taken into consideration. The planning and designing of this food services department is very important, and this food services department should also take up counseling and education of the patients. So in case of a hospital, so the diet is very, very important. So for diabetic people, we go for a sugar free diet, and then for hypertensive and cardiac patients, so there is a fat restricted diet, and then for the person who is suffering from blood pressure, so salt free diet. So these and all are very, very important, and so they should also play a role in education and counseling. A ground floor location is preferable for a food services department, and it is also convenient to deliver the supplies. So because in a food services department, milk, vegetables, they and all will be coming in lorries, and so for what they call uploading and downloading of this material, so facilities should be there in the food services department. So we will see the what you call infrastructure of the food services department, and here there is a case study of one Bhagavan Mahavir Hospital in New Delhi, the infrastructure of the Bhagavan Mahavir Hospital. So we can see how they have done the case study. First, they give an introduction. Bhagavan Mahavir Hospital is located in this area. So the location. So what is the size? And then it is run by whom? Who runs it? And then who inaugurated it and when? So what is current bed strength? So these things, is very important. And for a case study, you'll have to generate data with this in this regards, and it should be presented in such a way that it is beneficial to the reader. The next is the climate. Because when we speak about a hospital, so in case if there is a heavy rain, so in rain, the hospital should be accessible. So this is very, very important, because sometimes there could be heavy humidity, sometimes there could be heavy rain. So in that case, during a rainy case, if there is an accident or many people fall ill, so in that case the hospital should be accessible. So here the infrastructure of this hospital is clearly given with respect to the floor areas, the outpatient department, the laboratory, the ultrasound, and the intensive care unit, reception, a chemist, and X-ray. So these and all are the facilities that are required in a hospital, and the requirements of what do you call these research facilities are measured, and they are given with a comment whether it satisfies the apex body norms. So in a hospital, what are all the services that are required, and what is the percentage of area that is dedicated to each and every area. Like for example, the critical zone, the diagnostic zone, the ambulatory zone, the services of provided by the hospital, the intermediate zone, and the entrance and administration zone. So the facilities in a hospital are what you call divided into these sections. That is the entrance and administration, and then the intermediate zone where the patient get the consultation from the doctor, and then the services, that is after doctor consultation, what are all the services required, and then ambulatory zone where the patient is ambulatory, and then the diagnostic zone, that is the zone where the diagnostic tests are carried out, and the last one is the critical zone. So in this Bahavir hospital, in each and every zone, what is the area, and in the center portion, how many wards are there, what are the different types of wards, number of beds in each wards, deluxe ward, private ward, semi-private ward, economy ward, and then what are all the positive factors in that hospital, and what are all the negative factors, like for example, the design, landscaping, connectivity. This could be the positive points, and then the negative points, the equipments could be old, so renovation could be required. There could be some deficiency in the mandatory sophisticated instruments that are required in a hospital, and then we should be able to gather data about the construction of this hospital, and like for example, the parking area, the pathways, external finish, the internal finish, and such doors, windows, all such details should be studied. Now, in this Bhagavan Mahavir Hospital, we have seen the infrastructure of the hospital. So it is given here with the help of what you call map, and in case if there is an emergency, so how to leave that hospital and come out. So that is also presented here, and the circulation plan is also attached. So in a hospital, these and all are the various services that are available, and all the services we go through them, and a case study on any such service will be very much beneficial. So with this, we complete this what you call case studies, and we will go back to a next chapter. uh, the next chapter is on laundry services. I will open my So the next chapter that we are going to deal today is laundry services. So usually laundry services could be asked as a short question, and so is my slide on laundry services visible? Hello? Anyone of the participant, please reply. Is my slide on laundry services
Yes,
visible?
yes, yes, it's visible.
Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is a small topic on laundry services in hospital. So in medical terminology, it is termed as linen handling. So we will see what is linen. So I thank the Jamia Milaya Islamia Central University for this information about linen handling and laundry services in hospital. So what is a linen? Linen is a fabric made from fibers. In general term, it is used to denote clothing items. So in a hospital, the mattresses, bed covers, pillow covers, bed sheets, towel, blanket, screen, curtain, doctor's coat, table cover. All this is called as linen. So in a hospital, when they are providing linen, cotton is the most preferred and frequently used material, because the material that is used in a hospital should not cause allergy to the patients. So it should be easily sterilizable and reusable. It should be absorbable. It should be safe. It should be hygienic. And for that reason, because cotton is cheap, comfortable, and safe. So in a hospital, all this linen that is used are cotton. What is the importance of linen in hospitals? In a hospital stay, the patient spends most of his time in the bed. So he is always in contact with the bed linen. So in a hospital, the patient is made to wear a hospital gown. So the patient's gown, the blankets, so these are all the linen which the patient comes into contact almost daily during his stay in the hospital. So these linen that is used in a hospital should be cleaned, dried, and transported. And during this process, there should not be any cross contamination. Adequate supply of clean linen is sufficient for the comfort and safety of a patient, and the personal appearance and the pleasant appearance of the patient in a neat attire, and the doctors attending the patient in a neat attire, in a crisp uniform, speaks much about the doctor and his services to the hospital. In case when they are cleaning the linen, if it is a rainy season, then linen would not dry. So such points should have to be thought of and alternatives searched. What are all the types of linen in a hospital? Number one, linen for housekeeping. Two, patient's linen. Number three, staff linen. So the doctors and nurses, they wear apron, lab coat. We call it as gown. So all these uniforms of a doctor is a type of linen. The patient's linen is the bed linen, the body linen, and the operation theater linen. So the patient uses three types of linen, one for the bed and one for is body, and the third one is for the bed. Okay. The linen for housekeeping includes curtains, drapes, tables, cloth, etc. The degree of contamination and linen. So we can classify linen based on the degree of contamination. Number one is clean linen. So clean, fresh linen forms under this category. Number two, contaminated linen. The linen that has been used by the patient. So when the patient uses the linen becomes contaminated, and so that is called as contaminated linen. And when the patient is using the linen, if the patient's body fluids like blood, sweat, urine, if it spills over the linen, then that becomes a soiled linen. So based on the degree of contamination, linen can be classified into three types: clean linen, contaminated linen, soiled linen. And similarly, based on the use by the people, linen can be classified into three types: staff linen, patient linen, and linen for housekeeping. What are all the sources of linen? Number one, inpatients. Number two, outpatients. Number three, operation theater. So the frequency of the change of linen depends on the source of linen. So if it is an inpatient, so 2 to 3 kg of dry linen per bed per day is used. At the end of the day, a new linen is replaced when condemned. Minimum 6 sets of linen per bed with one set of linen on the bed is required. Why do we need 6 sets? One set will be en route to laundry. One set will be in the process of cleaning in a laundry. One set will be ready for use. In case if there is an emergency, I said no, in case if there is a rain, or in case if the laundry services is not operational. So for that reason, we should have 2 sets of linen as buffer with proper documentation. So this is with respect to the linen that is used by the inpatients. So the linen that is used in the operation theater, the linen that is used in the outpatient department, the linen that is used in the observation room, restroom, so they all should be changed. Other than operation theater, the other areas linen should be changed twice in a week. So the number of operations that are being taken place in a hospital multiply by 365. Number of operations per day multiply by 365 multiply by linen requirement per operation. So this is the time required for replacement from laundry. Next, we will see about handling of hospital laundry. Hospital laundry is the space or area that receives all the linen material from different wards, operation theater, outpatient department, and office, and they undergo process of sorting. As I said, no, the linen is sorted as used, soiled, contaminated. So this sorting, and then washing of linen so that there is no cross contamination, and then extracting, and then drying it, ironing it, folding it, mending it, and delivering it in the nursing stations. So what is the objective of a laundry services? The objective of a laundry services is to provide comfortable and pleasant environment to patients and visitors of the hospital by supplying clean linen. So this is the objective. Number two, to control the hospital infection. 3 to 4% of hospital acquired infection, we call it as nosocomial infection, is due to mishandling of the infected linen. So the infected linen should be properly handled. To supply uninterrupted supply of linen to the user department, and the linen in a hospital improves the image of the hospital. So in corporate hospitals, the logo of the hospital is printed on the linen that is given to the hospital. So the quality of the linen that is given and the cleanliness of the linen, they speak volumes about the name and fame of the hospital. What are all the types of laundry services? Laundry services can be broadly classified into two types: in-plant laundry, off-site laundry. So in-plant laundry can be again classified into two types: the general and the use of barrier system. Off-site laundry can be classified into two types: rental, cooperative. The third one now that is emerging is called as contractual system. We will see about these types now. What are all the activities in a laundry? Number one is collecting, that is receiving dirty, soiled linen from the ward. Once the linen is received, then sorting it out. The third one is, in case if the linen is having a blood stain, how to remove it. After removing the blood stain, how to disinfect it, how to wash it, dry it, then repairing. So in the process of the linen could have been torn, so sewing it, then pressing it, calendaring and folding, storage and issue of material. So these and all are the activities in a laundry. So how should a laundry be designed? So a laundry is designed in such a way that it is in close proximity to the central sterile supply department and dietary system. The ground floor is preferred for laundry services. The space that is required is total number of beds in a hospital multiplied by 10 square feet. The floor of the laundry department should be rust proof, non-slippery, washable, and there must be arrangements for easy flow of water. The ceiling of the laundry system should be smooth, washable, moisture proof, soundproof, with minimum height of 3.5 meters. The wall in the laundry system should be washable and free from crevices, corners, edges, and projections. The doors and windows should be wide enough to admit heavy machinery and trolleys, and maximum light and natural ventilation should be provided from the window. For ventilation, 10 air changes per hour is recommended. Power supply, because in the laundry machinery require heavy power, so the power supply has to be ensured. Water supply, in a laundry, more amount of water is used. Approximately 15 liters of hot water and 10 liters of cold water. So totally 25 liters is required for half a kg of hospital linen washing. And to kill the microorganisms, we need steam supply. So to supply steam, a temperature of 170 degrees Celsius is obtained, and from steam with a pressure of 45 kg per 6 square centimeter is required in case of laundry. How to remove the stains? So this is a technology. In a hospital, the first and foremost stain is blood stain. So the blood stain could be of 3 types. Number 1, it could be fresh. So if it is a fresh blood stain, you have to soak in cold water. If it is the old dried stain, we have to soak in hydrogen peroxide. If it is a thick stain, so then we have to apply a thick paste of starch and dry it in the sun, and then we will have to wash it. Okay. So this is the most important stain in a hospital. So this is how this stain has to be removed. The next stain is the food stain. So usually the patient, when they have their food in the bed, so the food would fall and they may soil the linen. So the food stain has to be removed. For that, it's very simple procedure. They apply salt and then they pour hot water to remove the food stain. The next one is the medicine stain. So sometimes the medicine may spill over on the bed linen. So to remove the medicine stain, usually they make use of spirit, that is alcohol, that is ethanol. Sometimes when they make use of the trolley, so there could be some rust. So this rusty marks on the linen, so it gives a very bad appearance. To remove the rusty marks, salt is applied and lemon juice is used. So the patient or the attender, when they're having their coffee and tea, so it could spill off, so that could stain. Sometimes there could be ink stains. So for ink stains, they dip the linen in cold water and then they sprinkle salt, lemon, and dry in the sun. Sometimes there could be paint. So for that, turpentine and alcohol is used. And then there could be iodine stain. So they dip the linen in ice water and then they use. Now, what is barrier system? In the laundry services, barrier system is a system designed for the sole purpose of keeping soiled and clean goods physically separated during the wash phase. So the infected material, the soiled material, they are all cleaned in one laundry. So there must not be any cross contamination. So this is called as barrier system. So in a barrier system, the soiled linen, they come in, they are treated, and there is one soiled linen loading room. And once this linen is washed, and then there is a clean unloading room and clean out. So here we have seen a diagram where the linen is stored initially in the soiled side, and then there are washer extractors. So the linen that is initially used by the patient, it is sorted out and then it is washed. There is a barrier wall that prevents the clean side of the laundry mingling with this. So in a laundry, there are two sides. Number one is the clean side and the another one is the soiled side. So there must be a barrier wall between the clean side and the soiled side. So in the clean side, there are tumblers, dryers, ironing place, and folding place. Whereas in the soiled side, there is a sorting area, washing area, and extracting area. So in between this clean side and the soiled side, there should be a barrier. So this is called as the barrier system. So for very large hospital laundries, the best type of barrier system is a tunnel washer or continuous batch washer. These large washers have soiled linens placed in one end of a long tunnel and they are moved through the washer by an Archimedes screw. This screw separates the load into batches. Water and chemicals come from the other end in the opposite direction of the goods. So every time the laundry goes into the next pocket cleaner, clean water is used. These machines are so large that the soiled goods are in one end of the room while the clean goods are in the opposite end. So here you can see the diagram of a barrier system. So the tunnel washer consists of a tandem drum type washing compartment, usually 6 to 20, designed for 25, 35, 50, 60, 70 or 100 kg of dry linen. Each compartment is programmed for its proper operation mode, its proper temperature is maintained, and proper detergents are fed into this tunnel washer. So the working of the tunnel washer is during the washing process, the laundry moves sequentially through all the compartments. The laundry is loaded through a batch hopper by means of either an overhead conveyor or conveyor belt. Before loading the laundry, it is weighed and the program adjusts the amount of detergents to be weighed upon the actual loading weight. Upon moving through all the tunnel washing compartments, the washed and rinsed linen are delivered in the press section. In some cases, they are centrifuged and then they pass through a spin cycle. So the principle of a barrier system in a laundry facility of a hospital is to save water, number one. Number two, to save energy. Number three, the washers use the principle of water counterflow, providing that clean water is fed into the last compartment and moves towards the movement of laundry. Thus, with each transition, the laundry moves into the compartment with cleaner water. So the tunnel washer is a standard equipment. It includes an electronic weighing unit, a conveyor, and a computer control rack. So here you can see a tunnel laundry machine where there are distribution cabinets, loading cabinet, the control panel, and the water tank. So unless and until we see them in person, we will not be able to appreciate. So this is the outer image of the various what you call washing machines used in the hospital. And here you can see the cross section diagram of the tunnel washer. So with this, we complete the laundry system. So thank you very much for your patient listening and for your participation. Now I am open for questions. So if you have any questions, you can ask me.
Can we get the PPTs for today?
Yeah, you can get it, madam. I will be sending the PPTs to Mrs. Nivedita, madam, who is coordinating it from the university. So she will send it to all the students. So if there are any more questions, I will be happy to take it. Okay, if there are no more questions, I once again thank you. Thank you for your participation and all the very best. Thank you one and all. Thank you.